Like, yes, he can. 15.607 to the top of the charts, and he said of the two cars, this pro car had some great fire-off speed. Proves it right there. 15.607 for Trayton Lapcevich.
Over the last few years, we have seen an uptick in a lot of West Coast-based talent trying to bring their skill sets over here to the eastern side, or maybe towards the greater, I would say, Carolinas, where perhaps this style of racing is a little bit more regionalized, and there's quite a spotlight on it as well. And this driver fits that criteria as well, along with his brother, Colton. Or I should say his brother Jace, who's going to be the late model stock. This is Colton Hale out of Manteca, California, driving for the family-owned team in the Burco Redwood and Gamma Rebar Concrete North, number 12. He is a fifth-generation racer, along with his brother Jace Hale, who will be in the late model stock car. Summer Shootout winner in Young Lions in 2025, and he has already raced a bunch in Legend cars in 2026, trying his hand at making his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut, and he's up to third on his second lap. Colton Hale in the 12 with a 15.723, with Lapcevich still holding on to the Vale pole for now.
A lot of expectations resting on the shoulders of this driver after this number 51 team. Again, it was Ben Mayer who took the Drivers' Championship last year. And by the way, shout out to him. He's running out in St. Petersburg right now in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. But this was the team that took home the Owners' Championship in 2025 with this number 51, with a myriad of drivers that hop behind the wheel. They right now trust that in the hands of Jamestown, North Carolina's Carson Ware and the Jacob Company's constant 10-minute oil change in Schaefer's Oil Chevrolet for Rick Ware Racing, who has intentions of turning this into a full-time effort to hopefully not just take the Owners' Championship, but hopefully a driver's title as well. As you can see, the first lap there for Carson Ware at a 15.970. By the way, wouldn't be too bad to end up in Cookout Victory Lane on your 26th birthday, but he's going to have his work cut out for him to try and pull that feat off as his second lap. Actually, yes, it does refresh. It goes to the top of the charts. There you go. Happy birthday, Carson Ware.
That may be the secret there. Take it easy on lap one. Save all the good for that second lap, because he laid down a flyer into the 15.5s. Next up on the racetrack, a driver out of Starkey, Florida, made his debut with the Tour last year at Caraway Speedway. Avoided what was a good bit of carnage, but was consistently in or around the top 5 all race long, and gave a very humbling and honest interview afterwards about how he and his family, who came up through Legend car ranks, are trying to do all they can with every opportunity afforded in these style of race cars, and he's done just that, just about every shot that he has gotten. His first lap is going to put him 6th. This is Brody Gunter in the number 17 car for Fab Specialties and Joe's Racing Products in the Fab Specialties number 17. Hoping to make his 4th career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start. All 3 came 1 year ago. And the second lap for Gunter gets him up to 3rd, tying Trayton Lapcevich for the second fastest lap time at a 15.607.
And what an end to the 2025 season it was. The number 62 Mobil 1 Toyota. Yes, Keelan Harvick now in the Toyota camp. Announced earlier this week that he had inked a deal to be a Toyota development driver, but he's already started 2026 off to a hot start. Won the late model stock car feature at Florence in the Icebreaker, driving for his father's team, and of course into the Cars Tour season on quite a stretch for races. Won 4 of the last 5 races that he tried to contest, as he nearly brushes the wall off at turn 4 on his first qualifying lap. It's still going to be good enough to net him into the top 5 for the time being. 15.642. As you can see him miss in the bottom a little bit there in 3 and 4. It's going to be better on lap 2. In fact, it's still going to be the quickest lap so far. 15.475 for young Keelan Harvick, looking to try to win 5 of his last 6 starts out east.
You're on a roll, you're on a roll, and Keelan Harvick is on a roll. A driver who was on a roll throughout all 2025, coming onto the racetrack after celebrating 3rd in points last season with 8 top 10s across the 13 races in the full-time slate. A driver who originally hails out of Yorba Linda, California, now calls Mooresville, North Carolina home in his family-owned team. This is the DPFX Fit filters, G-Sport emission systems, and AR bodies number 97. Dylan Garner completes his first flying lap. The first lap for Garner, similar to what we saw with Carson Ware, right now trailing the field. His best finish last season, 6th twice. Season opener at Coastal Plains, and then mid-season at Anderson as well. Hoping the season opener brings similar fortune to him today, but the second lap is not going to be what they were looking for. Gardner with a 15.9, still in that 15-second bracket. However, 11th of the 11 cars that have been on the racetrack up to this point.
And you would hope if you're this driver that you can almost replicate what your teammate was able to do just a couple of positions ago as Keelan Harvick went out for Rackley War. So too will this driver for Rackley War, this time in the Vietnam Veterans of America Chevrolet from Dix Hills, New York. It is Rodney Dallas Jr. who's going to loop it off at turn number 2.
Boy, they got back on the binders just in time before the rear tail section of that car rolled up into the blue painted concrete retaining wall on the exit at turn number 2 in front of many of the fans who were able to take advantage of the trackside parking over there.
Now I wonder if you're Dallas, I was wondering if he was going to kind of go backwards to get a little bit of a running start since this is obviously going to be a throwaway lap. But it looks like he's confident enough to try and drive it off at turn number 4. Right rear tire might be screaming at him. As you can see, he's wiggling that car. He's looking for a little bit of feel as that lap, unfortunately, with that spin, maybe 21 seconds off the pace as Dallas just trying to nurse it home. We've seen a couple of spins here. We did see a solo spin earlier today in late model stock car practice, and Dallas going to be able to improve up to 8th, which I think, considering the spin, I think you'll take that if you're the number 25.
Yeah, pretty impressive after how hard he had to lock it down in order to stop it from going up and tagging the wall.
But what was it, Ken Trader, Bristol? I feel like he went backwards after spinning on lap 1 to get a running start. I was wondering if he was going to do that.
Might go back and watch this over and maybe save that for next time.
Yeah.
Next on the racetrack, another driver out of the West Coast from California. This is a Bryson Lopez Racing entry. The same Bryson Lopez team that celebrated an owner's title 2 years ago with several different drivers at the helm. Actually, they helped Caden Honeycutt win a driver's championship. Chase Bergeson, the pilot for this number 22 car. First lap for Bergeson, 13th of the 13 cars that have been on the racetrack so far. This is the Bergeson's Heating and Air and Atlanta Paving and Concrete number 22. Hoping to make his second career start with the Tour after finishing top 10 at Florence last season. Bergeson up to 7th on his second go-around. Going to try to hang on to a potential top 10 spot. Bergeson sits just under the 15-6 bracket and is 7th of the 13 cars that have been out so far.
As far as the moisture on the racetrack, I mean, you can kind of see it from our camera shots. There were a number of drivers I spoke to about an hour before qualifying, and they said, are weepers, is moisture going to be at all a concern? And they said in practice that it wasn't, and if anything, the trouble spot in practice was kind of the entry to turn 3, where you can see a lot of work has been done. There's been a lot of sunlight here, so it should not be a concern for this driver who has a fair amount of experience here running during speed weeks here at Southern National Motorsports Park, which, by the way, a great program they have going on Wednesday through Saturday this week. $5,000 to win for each of the late model stock car features that they have coming up, and even are coming back racing tomorrow. There's London McKenzie out of Asheboro, North Carolina for Kyle Beatty Racing. Is able to go up to second, a very impressive second lap there for London McKenzie down into the 15.5s, and just talked about experience, putting it to good use right there.
Still only one driver down in the 15.4s. That's our current Model A Pole Award sitter in Keelan Harvick for the KevinSaysYes.com 100, the season opening round for the ZMAX Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear. 3-time winner on the ARCA Menard Series in 2025, including the season finale at Toledo. Looking to make his 9th career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start, as he was racing a Pro and a Super Late Model down at the World Series of Asphalt just a few weeks ago. This is the Rumax DLP Motorsports Racing number 18 for Cookout, Coca-Cola, Cheerwine, and Taco Roo. Mad Max, Max Reeves, who goes second on his first lap. That is the fastest first lap we've seen out of anybody so far this afternoon. Does he have more in the tank in lap 2? Reeves put the left sides right on the white line, slides all the way out to the wall to go to pole, a 15.2. Wow. Max Reeves lays down a flyer.
I tell you, you talk to a lot of these drivers about Southern National Motorsports Park, and they talk about how the exit of this corner can kind of sneak up on you, and that wall really sneaks up. And I tell you what, Max Reeves, a couple of drivers, but particularly Reeves, I mean, there must not have been a sheet of paper that you could have fit between that car and the outside retaining wall off of turn number 4. A flyer for Max Reeves puts him to the top of the charts as we bring out the car and team that won the Drivers' Championship 1 year ago, and they've done it a number of times for Setzer Racing and Development. This is the Unified Electric Services Chevrolet. It's going to be top of North Carolina's Mason Walters, who's going to hop behind the wheel, and the first lap that he puts up is not too shabby as well at a 15.648, but again, needs to find about 4/10 of a second to try and unseat Reeves. He had to turn away from the outside wall, but maybe this track is gaining some speed. Second for Mason Walters, up into the 4:35s for Mason Walters.
So Reeves and Walters, your provisional front row. 16 cars have been on the racetrack up to this point. Now it's up to Weaverville, North Carolina native, driving the ALH Motorsports number 9 for Alliance Driveaway Solutions and Kingdom Truck Sales. Ashton Higgins, making his 25th career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start and his 3rd here at Southern National Motorsports Park. He started on the front row here back in 2023 and finished 7th that day. Also won 2 South Atlantic Pro Series races in 2025 at Newport and Kingsport Speedway. Higgins' first lap matches the car number, P9 for Ashton Higgins at a 15.708. Looking to find a bit of a monumental pickup to the tune of about a half a second to see if he can challenge Reeves for the Molly Pistons Pole Award. Higgins comes to the line and will improve 1 spot. He'll jump up to 8th. As Ashton Higgins in the number 9 machine closes out his run, and he will try to hang on to a top 10 spot with several potent cars still to go.
And I'd say 8 cars that are very strong left to go. A couple of good bullets in the chamber. This is one of them in the Jones Utility Construction's number 77. Wake County winner from a couple of years ago. Wake County Speedway, not too far of a stone's throw here from Lucama, North Carolina, is Logan Jones out on the racetrack right now, and I think you can see wanting to build up some speed as he utilizes kind of that second lane in turns 1 and 2, and he'll do the same thing diamond down into 3 and 4 to build up that speed. As Logan Jones, first time, yes, will clock in 18th fastest, but he's going for lap number 2 to try to put himself as far up in the field as possible. Again, Pro Late Models will take all 25 cars that are qualifying here this afternoon. Will start on the 100 lap. Kevin says yes.com 100 is Logan Jones, nearly up into the top 10 with his second lap.
Well, his teammate's currently sitting on the front row. This is a second Setzer Racing and Development prepared entry. Mason Walters sits P2. We'll see what Windermere, Florida's Evan McKnight has up his sleeves in the Craven Flavor WEG and Beehive Productions number 20. He has 3 prior Cars Tour Pro Late Model starts in 2025, finished 4th at Orange County and 6th at Hickory and North Wilkesboro. Swept the top 10s in all 3 efforts in 2025 and won both Carolina Pro Late Model rounds at Hickory as he slides to the line to complete his first time lap. And McKnight's first go-around is not going to be what he and the team were hoping for. Down in the 16-second bracket for McKnight, who's looking for a little bit more. The car pushes up in the middle of 3 and 4. And down to the line for Evan McKnight, he will jump it up to 10th. So McKnight with a 15.657 rounds out the top 10 for now.
Mentioned some drivers. For many, this is their first race of 2026. This is a driver that has at least been behind the wheel a couple of times already in 2026. In fact, was at the World Series of Asphalt where he was able to pick up a win. Also finished second in the standings down there in New Smyrna just a couple of weeks ago. This is the number 29 Safety Products and Roosevelt Self-Storage Machine. Wyndham Maine's Cole Roby. Solid looking lap there on his first offering there in a black number 29 car. It looks like he's going to slot right into 14th, just around a couple of cars that have gone out in the time or two prior to his lap here this afternoon. Checkered flag in hand for Roby, and in fact, it's going to be a big pickup on lap number 2, up into 4th. the fourth driver that we've seen get down into that 15.4-second range that we were talking about you wanted to be around earlier. And then Max Reeves, again, just in his own zip code right now in the 15.2s.
Next driver on the racetrack, driving for the Direct Development Team, the number 5 car out of Winter Haven, Florida, in the Capella Legal, and Kathy Boyd Tax Service number 5. This is James Seawright, hoping to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. He was top 5 in the UARA Sportsman Series race at Citrus County Speedway this past January, and also a Sportsman winner at Auburndale Speedway just 1 year ago. The third-generation driver trying his hand at the Cars Tour as he comes around to complete his first lap. A little loose there getting off into the corner for the number 5 car of James Seawright. Got about 4 cars to go after the 5 comes to the checkers. First lap had him 21st. Second lap will pick up a few spots to 18th for the 5 car of James Seawright, making his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut at Southern National Motorsports Park.
Just 4 cars left to try and contest a time here, including this driver. We mentioned some drivers doing double duty. This will be one of those that compete for us here this afternoon. He is a former pole winner on the Pro Late Model side of things at the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, but is still yet looking for that first win over here on the Pro Late Model side. It's a feat he has accomplished 3 times when he hops into his late model stock car in just about 10 minutes or so for Fredericksburg, Virginia's Connor Jones, whose first lap of record here at Southern National Motorsports Park this afternoon in his Pro Late Model is going to net him just outside of the top 10. 12th fastest for Connor Jones. Second offering is up. Will we see improvement there for Connor Jones as his lap refreshes? Yes, up to third. A very solid lap for Connor Jones.
So Jones up to the top 3 with 3 cars left to go. Nashville, North Carolina, in the B&J Racing number 49 for Batten Ceramic Tile, Mosaic Home Interiors, GXS Wraps, and Hedgepeth and Hudson Insurance number 49, Jeff Batten makes his Cars Tour Pro Late Model return. This will be start number 10 for Batten and his 5th year of Cars Tour Pro Late Model competition. And he has raced here a lot in Pro Late Model and Super Late Model competition over the years for Batten. His first lap of 15.951 puts him 23rd. We'll look for Batten to see if he can launch himself a little higher up in the running order. He did run Hickory with the Tours. He slides to the finish line off of turn number 4. He ran Hickory last year, as well as several South Atlantic Pro Series races. Second lap for Batten is going to be a tick slower. He remains 23rd.
Seems like that moisture is still present, but starting again, there's a little bit of a path kind of carved there through the first 23 cars that we've seen go out there thus far. There's just 2 left in the Pro Late Models, including this driver. We mentioned a World Series of Asphalt winner earlier in qualifying. This driver got to do the same. Has been a little busy already in 2026 as Waterford, Connecticut's Brody Monahan, the number 31, Wheelan Engineering, and Mahoney Family Racing and Critical Signs Toyota will hit the racetrack right now using every bit of the asphalt here that we have seen a number of times for many of these Pro Late Models off of turn number 4 to use as much space as possible to arc down into turn number 1. First lap for Monahan, right in 10th, 15.627. We've seen a lot of drivers hitting some 4s recently, though. Can Monahan pull off the same? It looks like that second lap is indeed going to slow down a little bit for Brody Monahan, so he'll stand on that 15.627.
Next driver to hit the speedway, our final scheduled car to take time of the 25 Pro Late Models that will contest the KevinSaysYes.com 100 to kick off the season. In what was a late entry to the field and a late announced effort for the LRT Motorsports team, the driver out of Mansfield, Ohio, in the Stokes shoes number 11, Tony Cosentino, full-time competitor on the ARCA Menard Series side in 2026. Unfortunately, missed the show at Daytona after an issue in the group qualifying effort there. Also attempted to make the Snowflake 100 last December. Now trying his hand at his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut. As he comes to the line, he will slot in 23rd on his final lap, and that will mean that Mad Max Reeves, claims the Molly Pistons Pole Award for the season opening round of the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the Pro Late Models at Southern National Motorsports Park.
And what an effort it is for Max Reeves' first career pole in the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. His best start prior to this was Orange County Speedway a number of years ago. He started 6th in that race, so quite a qualifying effort there for the former Carolina Pro Late Model Series winner and championship leader from several years ago. As you can see, it is a very crowded pit road here at Southern National Motorsports Park. This is the lineup of Pro Late Model cars that are having to line up on the back stretch at the moment. You can even see kind of out of the corner of your eye some remnants of kind of the last couple of cars that are having to be pushed through late model stock car inspection at the moment. But 3 wide, it's quite a sight, and we got a big field, a very competitive field, I must add, in the Pro Late Models that we'll see a little bit later on this afternoon.
So Reeves, Walters, your front row, Connor Jones, Keelan Harvick, Cole Roby, your top 5 for the 25 cars that will make up the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the pros. Late model stock car qualifying coming up for the Folsom Fence Supply 125 next. Welcome back to Southern National Motorsports Park, where Max Reeves just won the KevinSaysYes.com 100 Molly Pistons Pole Award for the Pro Late models, the first officially sanctioned Cars Tour event of the 2026 season that will take place. You see the late model stock cars waiting in the wings for their chance to vie for the Heat Wave Visual Pole Award, the first one up for grabs in 2026. Eric Brennan alongside of Blake McCandless, James Pike joining us down trackside as our entire Flow team is ecstatic to be back in action with the Tour in 2026. And Blake, how about this? I've kind of just aligned the stars here while I'm keeping one eye on the truck race down in St. Pete. How about both of our driver champions from last year, Landon Lewis and Ben Mayer, getting an opportunity to run in the Truck Series race in St. Petersburg, Florida? That's one of the reasons why I'm sure everyone who is here on the property feels like if they could do well in the Cars Tour, that'll put them in a spotlight that they've never known before.
Absolutely, and even how about Manny Tyrell making
Great
his
point.
Truck Series road course debut after winning the Ram race for the seat. Of course, we expect to see him out here a couple of times in competition throughout the ZMAX Cars Tour season. So if you're a big Manny Tyrell fan, and I know a lot of Cars Tour fans are, don't worry, we will see him back out here. But of course, we wish him the best with his colleague Racing Ram as we welcome yet another new face to the Junior Motorsports Camp and a new look Junior Motorsports Camp here in 2026. It is Caden Quapple wheeling the Jerky Boys Chevrolet in this number 88. But I say new look as in the team that is supporting Caden Quapple, not necessarily the traditional Junior Motorsports team we've seen in the past. It'll be his father, Travis Quapple, that will crew chief this effort, and a big slide there off of turn 4. That's Quapple, who's been really fast all weekend. Junior Motorsports, who's had a lot of success here at this track at a 15.872. That's we'll see how that stacks up, but that might be a lap that Caden would want back.
Keeping the trend of new rolling, here's a driver who is not new to the Tour, but this combination certainly is. This driver, 2022 Cars Tour Late Model Stock Rookie of the Year, and broke through to victory lane for the first time in his career at Langley in what was a very popular win 1 year ago. This year, though, teaming up with the Hettinger Racing organization, driving the Meta Corporation Victory Custom Trailers Direct Development number 5, out of King William, Virginia, Chase Burrow, making his 54th, or hoping to make his 54th career start here today, and third at Southern National Motorsports Park. He's off on the right foot. He's 0.4 of a second clear of Caden Quapple as he lays down a 15.4 to be the second car on the racetrack of 33 scheduled to take time. Again, top 28 lock themselves in the show.
Well, and it's worth mentioning that we do have 2 owners' points provisional. So like you said, 28 on time, 2 owners' points provisional. So Quapple struggled with that 872, but he is going to be locked in the show because he's the top driver in owners points coming into this race from last year. So even if he's not in the top 28, he will be locked into the show. Here's another driver that's locked into the show as the 2020 Series champion, and another driver that participated in Ram Race for the Seat. You can even see the new Dodge Charger nose on the number 14 Eatman Mobile Movers and GXS Wraps machine. Trinity, North Carolina's Jared Fryer. When I was talking to him earlier, I think I heard a couple of people in the garage shudder at him saying that he might be full-time this year. And that is going to be a scary thought for a driver who went to victory lane 3 times in 2025 on a part-time schedule. But 15.707 for Fryer. And I know this was early in qualifying, but that was an incredible lap for Chase Burrow.
Unbelievable effort for Burrow and that Hettinger Racing entry, a driver who ran for the Hettinger team in 2025, now sliding over to AK Performance in 2026, driving the Q Collar, Liberty in a Can, and JP Performance number 98. Driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in his second Cars Tour season. Donovan Strauss on the racetrack, 9th in points last year in his rookie campaign with 5 top 10s across the 2025 season. And he's making his first Cars Tour start at Southern National Motorsports Park as the series did not come here in 2025. First lap for Donovan Strauss, 15.718. Puts him right in the ballpark with that, a 2020 champ Jared Fryer. See if he can leapfrog his way up to Burrow as he comes to the line. He'll wedge himself between the two. A 15.558 for Donovan Strauss. That puts him on the front row for now.
Again, we'll get a gauge on exactly where all of these drivers are. As you can see, the number 41 Hedgecock Racing Enterprises entry for a driver, but I don't know if describing Mason as just a driver is a fair description this week, because he has been busy running all around the property, even throughout the day. As we were heading up from the pit area up to the Alex Hayden Broadcast Center, saw him carrying some boxes back and forth on the concourse. He has been a busy, busy person. Of course, he and his father, Michael Diaz, owning this racing facility, and happy to host the Z-Max Cars Tour. And what a job they've done. Just look at the trackside parking that is around this racetrack right now and how it is filled with tailgaters. A great party atmosphere here in Lucama, North Carolina. As Mason Diaz, fourth fastest on his first attempt here. He does have 2 races where he's finished up in the top 10 at the Southern National Motorsports Park in his Cars Tour starts. And it looks like that second lap gonna sit right here, 15:7:35 for Mason Diaz.
6th car to make its way out onto the racetrack. A driver trying to make a Cars Tour late model stock car debut. This is the Penco Electrical Services and Rock On Charters, number 45. For the Penny Motorsports team out of Catlett, Virginia, Brady Penny. Frequent racer and winner at Dominion, and also longtime karting competitor who racked up several Maxxis National Championships before moving to full-bodied stock cars. Also a well-known golfer as well. Is that a Brady Penny? Team struggled a little bit in the lone practice session. First lap appears to be reflecting some of the misfortune they faced in terms of pace in the lone practice session held earlier today. 16.013 for Brady Penny. Tries to work that car off the corner, not using as much real estate as we've seen some of his competitors do. And that second lap moves him ahead of Quapple and Diaz. So Brady Penny to 4th will be one of those drivers who may have to sweat out this session, see if he can propel his way into the show.
Again, Penny going to be in the same camp as a lot of drivers who essentially don't bring in any owner's points into this race this afternoon. So they're not going to have to rely on that provisional. They're going to have to go out and try to get the job done. And Caden Ballos, technically, yes, he did score owner's points in his number 19 KBM machine. He scored 1 point last year, so he is essentially a go or go homer. The Balance of Nature P1 Web Design and Simpson Chevrolet out of Concord, North Carolina, looking to make his late model stock car debut in the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Does have a couple of starts behind the wheel of a Pro Late Model in the Carolina Pro Late Model Series, as well as the South Atlantic Pro Series 1 year ago. You can see him sliding that car off of turn number 2. Final offering here. He's going to have to do better to get into the show as Caden Ballos, second lap around. And it does not look like it's going to be an improvement there for Caden Ballos. So an uphill battle here for Caden early in qualifying.
We saw brother Colton on the racetrack in a Pro Late Model. Now we're going to see the other member of the sibling Hale family out of Manteca, California, try their hand at a Z-Max Cars Tour event here on the East Coast. This is your 2025 Spears Cars Tour West Pro Late Model champion. He racked up 3 wins in 10 races, including the finale at the Bull Ring at Las Vegas last October. Driving the Burco Redwood, Gamma Rebar, and Concrete North Incorporated number 15 for the family-owned team. A warm welcome to Jace Hale. Now, Jace did have a solo spin in a lone practice session earlier today, but as you can see by the way in which that car looks, no contact. And he clocks his way into 6th on his opening lap. It's a 15.766. Chase Burrow, who was about the 3rd, make that 2nd car on the racetrack, still the fastest in Heatwave Visual pole qualifying for the season opening round for the Cars Tour Late Model stocks. And the 2nd time through for Jace Hale is going to unofficially move him up into the 6th spot. Check that, 3rd as the ticker updates for us there. Great run for Hale. He goes to P3.
That is going to be close, but how many times are we going to say that throughout not
All
only
year.
this race,
All
but this
year.
season? That is just qualifying in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. As we welcome this driver onto the racetrack again, he'll carry the 27 Matt Piercy Racing owners points from last year, even though this is the number 7 that you saw many a times running last year with Tristan McKee. We know NPR, they brought some race-winning speed to plenty of racetracks last year. This time it is the Hickory, or defending Hickory, the late model champion, I should say, Aiden King, who's behind the wheel of the Piedmont Animal Rescue Chevrolet, and I think you can see the speed that they brought to the racetrack right there. First time going for Aiden King, 4th fastest at a 15.672. We've seen a big pickup for a lot of drivers, and King, good enough for the front row, but not the top spot for the time being. 0.02 of a second shy of that lap put down by Chase Burrow.
Burrow finally got someone down to the 15.4s there with him. Looked like he was going to hold that for most of this session. Now Burrow has done a good job for the number 5s that are entered in this race so far. Here's another one that we're going to have paired up as a number 5 car in this race. This one, though, with a bit of red, white, and blue texture to it. This is a Lee Pulliam Performance entry for the GBS Brand Connect, Unif MI, and J-Star Capital number 5 from New London, North Carolina, Carson Brown. Recently announced as a new member of Richard Childress Racing and a driver development program. Now paired up with a very strong Lee Pulliam Performance team that won a driver's title with Brendan Butterbean Queen just a couple of years ago, and Brown matches the car number on his first lap and tags the wall off 2. Keeps his foot in it through 3 and 4. We'll see if somehow this second lap is quicker as he comes to the line. And it is! Wow, Brown to second, despite scrubbing the concrete off of turn 2.
What a lap, and it's one of those moments that you're going to wonder as a driver, if I hadn't made that mistake, where would I be? But we know that Lee Pulliam Performance, they brought a lot of speed this weekend, and Carson Brown a part of that effort. So what a lap here for Carson Brown. Is this is one car that a lot of teams in the pit area were looking at. He is not back with Lee Pulliam Performance this year. This is his own race car, that being Doug Barnes and the Air Doug Media Chevrolet for his own team. Was a Thanksgiving Classic winner, took home the trophy for the 25th edition of that Crown Jewel late model stock car race with this team a year ago, and his first lap for Barnes is going to be 9th fastest. This car was clocked 2nd fastest in practice earlier today. Won Speed Weeks here a year ago as well, so a lot of success here at Southern National Motorsports Park for the 88B, and it looks like it's good enough to put himself up in the top 5 right now at 15.552.
Another driver trying to pull double duty in a car that looks very similar to the Pro Late model that the team has brought as well for him to drive in both races here this afternoon. This an AK Performance prepared number 95 for the McKenzie Properties Lumber and Supply number 95 out of Asheboro, North Carolina, Lightning London McKenzie, attempting to make his Cars Tour late model stock debut. Was slated to run several ARCA Menard Series East races last year. Began the season with a top 10 at Five Flags Speedway, and then suffered a very hard practice crash at Rockingham that derailed most of those plans for the remainder of 2025. McKenzie hoping to time his way into the field. He beat one car on that first lap, puts him 11th for the time being. In top 28 on time, we're going to be able to lock themselves into the Folsom Fence Supply 125 here at Southern National Motorsports Park. McKenzie looking for insurance, and he's going to get it to the front row for Lightning London and London McKenzie.
We've seen a couple of drivers take that approach where they really take that first lap as a way to almost just get heat in the tires and perhaps, again, just try to get a little bit of that moisture as they're leaving pit road. It's still there. It's not near as prevalent as it was at the beginning of qualifying, but taking full advantage of that. We've seen a number of drivers gain a lot of speed as we welcome a driver that, my goodness, Eric, almost went to Cookout Victory Lane twice at the end of the season. Did it with 2 separate race teams, but he is back with his own branded LSH Racing. He's got the Alpine Partner Chevrolet out of Connolly Springs, North Carolina. It is Landon S. Huffman, who again ended with about as much momentum as you could ask for in 2025. And it looks like the timing and scoring him as Lapsevich at the moment, as we'll see if that 77 re-triggers right here at the line, and indeed it does. Now again, he will have the owner's points of the number 28 from last year for Pinnacle Racing Group, so that's 20th right now in the owner's points last year. His lap puts him 11th, and again, that's Landon S. Huffman, not Trayton Lapsevich. That's right there. Lapsevich will go out a little bit later for his Chad Bryant Racing team.
Now this car looks familiar to you. Good reason. If you watch the Ram race for the seat program, the late model stock cars were all provided by R&S Race Cars. This is the house entry for R&S Race Cars with Ram representation all over it. And the number 16 Dodge out of Delphi, Indiana. Car Store veteran Sam Butler is going to pair up with the R&S team. They could not believe the opportunity to be a part of that program and fielding those late model stock cars for the multiple events that were put on. Sam's first lap puts him 11th. We'll see what Sam can do here in what would be his 14th Car Store late model stock start. It'll pick up a few more spots. Sam Butler up to 8th. Ran 2 races with us last year, but was involved in an early incident at North Wilkesboro. And then in a 3rd Nelson Motorsports car. Put together a very solid effort at Hickory. Sam is back with R&S, and he is currently in the top 10.
Again, a lot of fans here in Lucama recognize this driver and will wave him on by. He is, veteran, 56 years young, racing here in Lucama, North Carolina at Southern National Motorsports Park, where he is a multi-time track champion, a multi-time winner of the Thanksgiving Classic. He's been able to do that twice, back in 2004 and 2005. 4 Oaks, North Carolina's Jamie Cottle and the SPC Mechanical High-Tech Specialty Coatings and Long Automotive Ford, as Cottle's first effort going to be good enough to jump a couple of cars that were down there in the order, 15.768. But again, Cottle essentially in a go or go home situation here for qualifying this afternoon, and that lap may be good enough to put him in the show. 15.600 jumps Cottle up into 7th.
Got a handful of double-duty drivers, and here comes another one. This, the Carroll Speed Shop prepared number 44. The IBCI, and Jones Utilities Construction and Family Tire and Auto number 44 out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Connor Jones, who had a great 2025 season, despite not being able to go to victory lane. 4 top 5s, 6 top 10s, finishing 6th in points. His best effort, 2 third-place finishes, 1 at Ace, and then Hickory, where he had a charge from the last chance qualifier to race up to that podium effort. He was also a runner-up to Caden Honeycutt by inches at South Boston Speedway in the latter portion of the year. Jones clocks in 14th fastest, with 2026 slated to be busy for him again. He's slated to run some NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series races with Nice Motorsports as well this upcoming season, as he did 1 year ago. Good pickup for Connor Jones on lap 2. He's into the top 5.
Another driver that kind of had wide eyes when I talked to him yesterday, coming to a racetrack like this, when he said, I've been to Anderson, I've been to Florence, I've been to North Wilkesboro Speedway. I've never been to a track that has this much banking, and he was itching to get on the racetrack because they weren't able to test earlier in the week. But embracing the underdog role is Riley Gentry out of Easley, South Carolina. The Roots Tire and Auto, Leapfrog Landscaping, and Pepper Pete's Toyota for his family-owned racing operation. Again, essentially in a situation where he must time his way into the field. He was quite happy with his mock qualifying speed earlier today that put him in the top 10 in practice earlier today. His first lap is going to need a bit of a pickup to try and get into the show. A 15.880 on lap 1. He's going to go into the top 10 on lap 2. Very good lap there for Riley Gentry, a 15.580.
And the next driver about to hit the racetrack, someone who became quite the sentimental favorite at Martinsville just a few months ago and came up 1 spot shy of being able to win his 3rd grandfather clock. Now back behind the wheel of his own prepared race car on the Cars Tours side of things, representing the sponsor whose name is on this race as well, Folsom Fence Supply, best repair company in Carolina Drilling, out of Alton, Virginia. Car number 1, Lee Pulliam. 3-time Cars Tour winner and runner-up in the standings in 2018. This will be his first Cars Tour start since 2020 at Florence, when he finished 4th. And his first lap puts him 5th. Pulliam, super quick on his first go-around. Doesn't need much more to dethrone Chase Burrow, who has been atop the pylon since being the 2nd car on the racetrack. Pulliam to the line, will go to the top. 15.342 for Lee Pulliam, who jumps up to the Heatwave visual pole for now.
I was texting with Brendan Quinn earlier today. I said, your guy's putting down some heaters in practice, and he said simply, he's the man. That's why. And proving it right there. He was fastest in practice earlier today, and Lee Pulliam, again, announced he'll be running for Junior Motorsports in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at Martinsville. Goes to the top of the charts as we welcome a driver out for the second time here. The number 57 Industrial Battery and Charger, Josh Sellers in Sheets. Number 57 for the Carroll Speed Shop, it is once again Landon Huffman out of Claremont, North Carolina, who has a little bit of family history here at this racetrack. His father, Robert Huffman, who was spotting him earlier today in practice, ran well here several times in the Goodies Dash Series. In fact, actually took home checkered flag in 1998 here at this racetrack in that series. And Huffman, as he clocks in, it looks like, where is he going to slot in? If that 77 is correct there, it looks like 16th fastest for Landon Huffman. We'll wait for timing and scoring to refresh on that one for Huffman, who I think at the moment is showing that he may refresh into 10th position. So that lap may be a bit better than what our timing and scoring is showing us now.
Wait for official confirmation on Huffman's time, as I've got a monitor up here that's showing that he should be up in that top 10. Remember, just a couple years ago, Huffman missed the show here at Southern National after having some misfortune in qualifying. His next driver on the racetrack, driving the Jerry Hunt Supercenter, Bessemer Tire and Auto, and Buddy Scoops Ice Cream, number 04 for Bassett Racing out of Lexington, North Carolina, kicking off his 4th season with the Tour. He's finished in the top 10 in points all 3 years prior. Ronnie Bassett Jr. Bassett will complete his run. We'll check where he cuts in. Wow, all right, second quick unofficially for Bassett. Our ticker has yet to update on our screen, but we're showing Ronnie Bassett Jr. up to P2. What an unbelievable run for Ronnie and company.
And again, a new crew chief that he has, Jason Sarvis, stepping over to call the shots for that 04 team, and it is paying off big time. Here's another one of those drivers that must put up a time in the top 28 to try and start in the Folsom Fence Supply 125 tonight. Got to speak with him earlier. He said, need a lot of drive here at this place, and that's exactly what they've been gunning for all weekend long. In the Fastline Construction, Aho Concrete, Frankie's New York Pizza, and Little Jim Chevrolet from Greer, South Carolina, it is Austin Samaro who is going to clock in here. Looks like his time is going to refresh to a 16:296.
Next driver on the racetrack, driving the Vetted Ventures, Quality Prio number 4. This also a Matt Piercy Racing entry for a driver who won the Thanksgiving All-Star Classic here back in 2024, hoping to make his 20th career Cars Tour start and first here at Southern National Motorsports Park. Here is Parker Eatman on the racetrack, former Rookie of the Year at South Boston Speedway, had a great year with the Cars Tour last season, and his first lap will put him 14th on the grid. Eatman, who was able to rack up really solid results toward the end of the season, including a top 5 effort, was actually on track for a top 5 effort at South Boston Speedway before some late trouble as Eatman comes across the line to jump up to 7th quickest that time around. Car 4 to the 7th spot, as we have had 22 cars on the racetrack up to this point. We're about to welcome our 23rd
driver, and again, it's just in a few that we'll be getting into the position where we're starting to look at cars that may not be able to start in this field a little bit later on, as this driver, well, he's going to be put up against the clock again. Chad Bryant Racing, been a staple in the Cars Tour for a number of years, although did not run full-time in 2025. Again, talked to Trayton earlier today, and they are looking for this effort to be full-time in 2026, as he was up in the top 5, mixing it up here at Southern National Motorsports Park 2 years ago. The last time we were here at this racetrack in the season opener. First lap for Trayton Lapsevich was 22nd quicket. It looks like his second effort's going to be good enough to put him in the show. 14th fastest for Trayton Lapsevich, as it shows to us a 15.604 for Trayton Lapsevich.
Next up, a driver who's competing full-time on the ARCA Menard Series in 2026 for Nitro Motorsports, held the pole for Daytona for a short while until an issue in tech relegated him back to 33rd, but he was able to charge his way up through the field and grab a runner-up finish, looking to make his 10th career start on the Cars Tour in the late model stock side. A warm welcome to the driver who hails from Huntington Beach, California, and a Van Dyke Racing Performance entry representing Factory Canopies, LPG Transport, and Pacific Coast Propane. The 71 car of Jake Bowman, whose first lap puts him 8th. He has had several front row starts before in his limited slate and foray with the Cars Tour. Is another one in line? Not today. Bowman comes across the line. That second lap will be a little bit faster. He will slot himself up into 6th position for Jake Bowman.
Just looking at this top 10, a 15.452 is 3rd, and a 15.498 is 8th. I mean, that's 0.04 of a second, and you're nearly covering the entire top 10. And this driver, who knows what it's like to start from the top position here, did it right here 2 years ago, and in fact has led in 2 of his 5 Cars Tour starts here at Southern National Motorsports Park. It is Charlotte, North Carolina's Chad McCumbee in the Aaron Sales and Lease Ford for McCumbee Elliott Racing, and his first offering here in qualifying is going to be good enough to be in the top 10, 15.544. He made a shock adjustment earlier today in practice, and he was quite happy with that. Second fastest for Chad McCumbee. That's a good adjustment they made right there on that number 16, 15.381. Just the 3rd driver we've had that has cracked into the 15.3s. Chad McCumbee looking to try and secure a point. Again, there are points available right now for qualifying.
Yeah, for the front row now in 2026. Not just the potential pole sitter. So an opportunity for McCumbee to start off the year with some points in the bag before we even take our first green flag of the season. Next up, another number 1 car. This one out of Goldsboro, North Carolina, the Markham Enterprises. Goldsboro Homes, Hartman's famous salad dressing number 1J, multi-time track champion and former state champion at Wake County Speedway in North Carolina. Clay Jones, who ran this race a few years ago, was a relatively late add to the field. His first lap puts him 20th. Now trying to size up an opportunity to climb further up the running order, and he's going to do it that second time around. Jones is going to pick it up to 16th fastest. That may put him safely in the field as we are just a couple of cars away from the bumping beginning. Brandon Dean, Caden Balos, all at the bottom of the pylon right now as the next number 99 enters the arena.
And this will be Austin Samero, the number 99, coming out on the racetrack right now. As you mentioned, 26 cars have made their time here so far, 33 said. Again, we had one withdraw throughout the course of the week. It was Landon Lewis in the number 29, who was slated as a full-time entry and plans to be here, but of course is running one of our many competitors that we mentioned earlier, running in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. But Austin Samero, car number 99, trying to make the show as well. And first lap across, 26th fastest for Austin Samero, 15.967. But again, we've seen a number of drivers pick up here on lap 2. 3/10 should be enough to try and put him in the show. A big slide off of turn 4. Samero going to improve to a 15.769. So that is going to be close on that cut line because we have a number of very quick drivers still to go,
including the one entering the racetrack right now. Long-time tenured veteran of the Cars Tour and late model stocks and 2019 winner here from the pole. This will be his 5th Cars Tour late model stock start at Southern National. This, though, with a new ride. This is the KP Speed, the Kevin Powell Speed Motorsports number 2, representing Polaris Off-Road, KevinSaysYes.com, and Thunder Road Harley-Davidson. Brandon Pierce on the clock with the new organization. He is so excited about this opportunity this season, hoping to build off of his veteran experience and also the passion represented by Kevin Powell and his group. Pierce comes across the line to complete his first lap, 25th of the 28 cars that have been on the racetrack. A pretty wheel off the corner, slight slide coming to the checkered flag. And the second lap for Pierce.
It's not
going
be
to
better.
slow down just a little bit, so he will remain 25th, kind of in or around that danger zone still.
That's going to be tough, and remember, that isn't the Carroll Speed Shop entry from last year. Connor Jones technically has those owner's points, so Pierce came in a situation where he's likely not going to be able to lean on those owner's points, so that is going to be tough for him. Another driver that's somewhat in the same boat right here, Durham, North Carolina's Tate Fogelman in the number 8 Fogelman Landfill and Mine and Bull City Performance Chevrolet. Impressed under the bright lights a year ago at North Wilkesboro Speedway when the series ventured on to FS1. He got his best career finish there, running in 8th, and in fact did make a start a couple of years ago at Southern National Motorsports Park with the Cars Tour, as Fogelman's first lap is good enough to put him in the show for now. 18th is where his second lap is going to put him, 15.606, so kind of smack dab right in the middle of the field. 4 cars left to go, and again, another full-time competitor that we've seen over the years that has to step up here. He's got no owner's points to fall back on.
Different ride for this driver. Normally we see him in his family-owned number 15 machine, 2-time winner on the Cars Tour. Ace in 2020, Florence in 2024. This is the Maverick Steel Buildings, all-steel construction, and Maysville Motors number 40 for Taylor Satterfield Racing out of Statesville, North Carolina. Ryan Millington looking to make his 52nd career start and 3rd at Southern National. Had a great outing here in 2023, and he is safely in the show with this car and team as he clocks in 19th fastest on his opening go-around. Led 62 laps here in 2023 before finishing 5th. Millington now looking for more, and he's going to get it to the top 10 for Ryan Millington up to 9th. It'll be a great starting position for the Taylor Satterfield Racing team with the pilot, Ryan Millington, looking for the 3rd win of his Cars Tour late model stock career.
And an update on the cut line, that's going to bump Caden Ballos out of contention, so he will not be starting with us tonight. And Brandon Dean also outside of the top 28. The 28th place driver, if you can believe it, Eric, is Caden Quapple in the Junior Motorsports number 88. That again is locked into the show by those owner's points provisionals, but we'll see how it all shakes out. He's got a couple of bullets to dodge here, including this driver who impressed so much in a late model stock car. And in fact, that lap is going to bump Quapple out of the top 28. Brandon Lopez, the Atlanta Paving and Concrete number 6, goes 24th fastest at a 15.725. He comes across the line to lap 2, and it's going to be enough of a pickup there for Brandon Lopez to go up to 3rd. 15.384 for Brandon Lopez. How about it?
For the driver who doesn't have not that much late model stock experience, that may be one of the shocks of the session. With Lopez holding down P3 with 2 cars left to go. Here's a driver who has proven the little team that could can, and they're going to have to right now. This is the Alpha Sport 05 in the Firewall Deep, a novel. The Glass Guys and McKay Capital Partners 05 from Richmond, Virginia. Mason Bailey hoping to make his 9th career Cars Tour late model stock start. And on the first lap, he's in 21st for Bailey the first time around. That's going to bump Brandon Pierce from the top 28. Bailey looking for more. Bailey, the Wake County pole sitter from a couple of years ago in a 2015 chassis, is going to just miss out on a top 10 effort. 12th for Mason Bailey. What a drive for the journeyman driver and team.
And the cutoff right now is Landon S. Huffman. He is sitting in 28th. And he is in a tough spot because if Lofton makes it in the field, that will bump him out of the top 28. If Lofton needs a provisional and finishes behind him, he would likely take that over that number 77 car. Carson Lofton was very impressive in the season opener 1 year ago at Coastal Plains Raceway, and looking to do the same here this afternoon. Was a part of FloRacing's top 20, under 20 prospect list. He clocked in at number 18 right there. And Lofton, first lap is going to be a good one for this number 22 Nelson Motorsports team. 17th, 15.582. If he picks up half a tenth, he'll be in the top 10. Can he do it on lap 2? And it looks like second lap is not going to be faster for Carson Lofton, as that lap will bump Landon S. Huffman out of the top 28. Austin Samaro, the last driver in on time to make that top 28.
And that means that Lee Pulliam will capture the Heat Wave Visual Pole Award at Southern National Motorsports Park for the team in which his home sponsor, I should say the sponsor of this race, the Folsom Fence Supply 125, also branded on that car. Pulliam by 39 thousandths of a second. The pole sitter over Chad McCumbee, Brandon Lopez, Ronnie Bassett Jr., and Chase Burrow, your top 5.
London McKenzie, Carson Brown, Jake Bowman, Aiden King, and Ryan Millington rounding out your top 10, all within a tenth of a half. It's the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. We'll be back on FloRacing right after this.
Want an easy way to help take care of your vehicle? Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. Z-Max proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Z-Max is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in newer used vehicles. Available at zmax.com or your local auto parts store.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
Hendrick.
It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Back with you here at Southern National Motorsports Park in Lucama, North Carolina. A very exciting set of qualifying sessions for the Pro Late Models and the Late Model Stock Cars. For the Kevin Says Yes.com 100 and the Folsom Fit Supply 125, Lee Pulliam sitting at the top of the chart, and again, gets 2 very important points in the championship. For more, down on pit road, let's toss it down to James Pike.
We've got the first of our 2 pole award winners. The Malley Pistons pole this afternoon goes to Max Reeves, and Max was quickest of the Pro Late Models by some margin. Max, where did you find the speed in practice, and how confident are you in your car going into the feature later?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in it tonight. You know, I think we were pretty fast in practice, so I was expecting to be up there, but I wasn't expecting to get them like that. But, you know, Mason's going to be good tonight. Keelan's going to be good. So there's a lot of competition, so it'll be a tough race tonight.
Going to be one of the deeper fields we have of the Pro Late Model side of competition. But I think Max Reeves would love nothing more than to put the cookout machine in Cookout Victory Lane.
Thanks, Pike. And Max Reeves, again, by more than a tenth of a second clear of Mason Walters, Connor Jones, Keelan Harvick, Cole Roby, the top 5, as you see the trackside parking fans who have just about lined the entire perimeter of this racetrack on a gorgeous day here in Lucama, North Carolina, with the Pro Late Model competitors being staged on the back straightaway along with the Late Model Stock competitors, with driver introductions and racing on tap still to come here at this racetrack. With the season opening rounds of the 2026 Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear here at this venue. We'll go back down to James Pike for more.
We've got our first Heat Wave pole winner for the Late Model Stock Cars of the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear in 2026, and it's a familiar face to many. Lee Pulliam, is this almost like riding a bicycle in the sense that you just never forget how to go quick, or did you have to learn some things this morning to figure out how to get the speed out of the car?
I'm just hungry, man. Like, I went so long without driving race cars. It's a privilege to do this, man. It's such a blessing, and a lot of good things going for me right now in life. So just thankful to so many people. Folsom Fence Supply for making this happen, and Best Repair Company, Carolina Drilling. Man, just so blessed to be able to do this, dude. So never take it for granted. It's an honor and a privilege to drive these race cars. And, man, it's been 7 years since I sat on the pole. And it's just as special as I thought it would be.
You want to talk about a driver that appreciates and makes the most of every opportunity. Look no further than Alton, Virginia's Lee Pulliam, who will lead the field to green a little bit later in the late models here at Southern National.
Gives me just an opportunity to speak a little bit, talk a little bit. Again, what you guys think about qualifying today? Good?
You see the fans who have come out here on an unbelievable afternoon where the weather is just about picture perfect at Southern National Motorsports Park as we inch closer to the point where we will have an opportunity to introduce you to our starting field. Have official lineups once presented to us from the officials with the Cars Tour for the late model stock side and Go Racing for the first time in 2026. With the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear for the Folsom Fence Supply 125 in the late model stock cars, and the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the pros. Kick it off the 2026 Cars Tour season after this.
field will be in the hands of Chad McCumbee through the Death Wish Coffee start zone. And the 2024 season in the KevinSaysYes.com 125 is underway. And they are side by side down the back straightaway to come around and try to lead lap number 1. They're almost leaning on each other already as McCumbee looks like he'll just edge him out at the line to lead his first laps since New River a year ago.
Youth versus experience. Experience is going to win out on that battle to start this race. McCumbee to the lead. Cruz not allowing him to get away. They've got a considerable margin considering we're coming around a complete lap 2 over the third place runner. Contact. That's Quapple, the champion, up into the side of McCaskill as they came together on the front stretch.
And that may be the first issue that we have seen here, Eric. Again, last season it was not a DNF once for that number 8 car, but there is definitely some heavy damage on the right front fender of the Bass Pro Stop Chevrolet.
Is the 77 of Trayton Lapsevich, bid for the lead.
And already almost contact up here at the front of the field. McCumbee will give the young gun necessary space there down on the bottom. And at the line, it's going to be a dead heat between your top 2. Brent Cruz going to be able to go through for the race lead as McCumbee slots in line just behind Connor Hall, who had fallen back a couple of car lengths in the opening few laps of this race. He's found his way back up to these top 2 and running in the 3rd position, but new leader here with 1:17 to go. It's the young hot shoe and Brent Cruz.
As we saw last week, as we got a battle for second starting to shape up here. That's Connor Hall to the inside of Chad McCumbee, and Hall has the preferred line on the bottom. He'll take second. 45 consecutive green flag laps is what will bring out a Shitty Cooler's caution, and we will not see that potential competition yellow if we are within the final 15 laps. But it'll be the first time we've ever seen a choose option here in Cars Tour competition at Southern National.
And again, this is all taking place about half a straightaway behind the number 29 Mobil 1 Toyota of Brent Cruz. And you can see a lot of respect between these two. It's hard to call them veterans, but I think you made the point earlier. You can consider Connor Hall in that number 22 a veteran for now. Same with Chad McCumbee. And I think you see the difference between that and some of the younger drivers in the field. A lot of space, a lot of respect given. Chad McCumbee let Connor Hall go, and Connor Hall returns the favor a little bit later. So you young racers out there, keep that in mind.
A little bit of contact there off of 2. Quapple with a big launch off the second corner inside of Honeycutt, who tries to pinch him down.
Quapple has had his hands full trying to get around some competition here. Honeycutt, I think, going to try and find a hold down as we continue to see some smoke billowing off the right rear of that 08 per your tank lines forward.
That could really upset your race car. Other tracks we'll visit this season, drivers may try to hook that apron with the left sides to get it to corner better. You don't want to do that here. And speaking of cornering better, here comes Carson Quapple trying to battle his way up to 3rd.
Not going to be much of a battle. Quapple goes on by. See that damage on the right front fender, but not negatively affecting that car just enough.
As they catch the vehicles that are desperately trying to stay on the lead lap before the next comp yellow.
And that comp yellow could come in just a few mere moments. So could Chad McCumbee get control of where he wants to choose and what lane he wants to go to? Cruz will cross the line, and that will signify to Brandon Willard to put out our second Shitty Coolers caution of the afternoon. And unfortunately for Chad McCumbee, came up just a bit shy of trying to pass Brent Cruz there for the race lead. Into the Death Wish Coffee restart zone once again. We'll see what kind of jump Cruz gets, and it's not a good one as Quapple gets a launch on the outside. Cruz has trouble getting from 3rd to 4th gear. Quapple takes the lead. McCaskill jumps up to 2nd.
And in the accordion effect, Bobby McCarty has destroyed the front end of his race car. We stay green. Everybody pointed in the right direction. There's McCarty. Barely could see over the crumpled hood of his RNS race car entry. And he's got a teammate behind him as he looks to try to find safety on the bottom. And now there's trouble. Multi-car spin in turn 1. That is Gavin Boschel who has gone around. And another car hard into the wall in turn number 2. And I believe that is Andrew Grady, who has ripped the left side of his race car off after having such a strong day.
Honeycutt, we're going to look further on back from that. And yep, you called it right on, nail right on the head, Eric, as Trayton Lapsevich and Andrew Grady made the initial contact getting down into the corner. Lapsevich jumps up on his left rear. And unfortunately, Grady at that point just along for the ride. The Death Wish Coffee restart zone. Cruz and Quapple side by side for the race lead. We're back underway at Southern National. 34 laps to go. Cruz trying to hang on, but it'll be Quapple clear to the race lead off of 2.
Much better restart for Cruz that time. He will slot down into second.
A little bit of a skirmish into turn number 1.
There are a lot of cars in the bottom portion of the top 10 that have some severe battle scars as Cade Brown almost slams into the back of Chad McCumbee as his car was evidently overheating. McCumbee was rolling to the pit lane. He has now come to the attention of his crew, but Cade Brown, as you can see, steam coming out of the overflow as he got that car stopped, almost got turned right into the TV panel of McCumbee's car, and Brown's race appears to be over.
The Death Wish Coffee restart zone. Green flag is back out here at Southern National. Cruz side by side with Quapple for the lead through turn 1.
And look who's trying to come up to second. Deke McCaskill, winner of this race 1 year ago, alongside of Brent Cruz, who was unable to get to the inside this past restart, and he's pulling Caden Honeycutt through with him. McCaskill to second, Honeycutt going for third.
Several arms in the grandstand trying to wave their local hero by, and Deke McCaskill, who was trying to chase down Carson Quapple. Caden Honeycutt through to third. Cruz still hanging on to the top side. You can see a little bit of a slide there for Cruz. Did the good run off of that Hoosier ST2 tire. Contact made with Connor Hall, and Minnie Tyrell going to be able to take advantage.
Tyrell having an amazing start to his season is going to get by Cruz for what would be 5th position.
Runner-up position, though, led by Deke McCaskill, is now Honeycutt. Hall, they touch off of turn 2. Hall looking down to the inside, and Honeycutt gets shoved out of the way. Hall looking for third.
Connor Hall is not afraid to use some muscle if and when necessary, and he felt now was the time. He's up to third.
Oh, trouble, turn 2. Brendan Butterbean Queen into the outside wall. Caution is out, and it looks like a little bit of contact may have happened with the 71 of Katie Hettinger, I believe.
But it's the first time we've seen him have some trouble. This is off of turn number 2.
Yeah, he did go fully around. Great job by McCarty to miss it. 5, count them 6 laps to go here at Southern National. Quapple leads him into turn 1. Honeycutt trying to hang on the outside. A little bit of contact as Hall down to the inside of Honeycutt for second.
Not sure if the effort there was to try to move the 8 car up or just to allow Hall a chance at this. A chance to battle for the race lead with 5 to go. Hall to second, Quapple the leader, battle for third. Here comes Connor Hall, but it's Quapple with the drive off 2.
Great drive there for Carson Quapple off of turn number 2. Contact further on back between Honeycutt and Chase Burrow. This is the battle for 4th now. Burrow trying to hang on with all of that damage, but 4 laps to go. Connor Hall trying desperately to do anything to chase down Carson Quapple as Burrow gets the best of that battle with Honeycutt.
As you said, Blake, the fans around this racetrack are watching Chase Burrow at work in a big way. He's up to 4th, now trying to hold on to that spot. Hall having to dig deep. He's about a car length off of the race leader in Carson Quapple as they exit turn 2 and down the backstretch. It'll be 2 to go this time by. Hall sends it in deep into 3.
Quapple definitely got fired up earlier in this run, but Connor Hall trying to chase him down. If it takes a couple of laps for this car to come in, we'll see it now. 2 car lengths separate your top 2 runners as they'll come around this time. You see how much Connor Hall trying to send it into turn number 3. He's going to have to do some more as white flag in the air. One more trip around Southern National Motorsports Park. Carson Quapple looking to defend his title and doing so in the best possible fashion as he's going to come off at turn number 4 and win the KevinSaysYes.com 125 at Southern National Motorsports Park. Connor Hall second and Deke McCaskill rounding out your top 3.
Welcome back to Southern National Motorsports Park, where we can see that driver introduction is taking place.
You're good. Go ahead. I got you, Aaron. Come on.
All right, so we'll take it from here.
I mean, I'm not on Fox or anything, but I thought I was doing a pretty good job.
You're doing great, Michael. Michael Diaz, everybody, one of the main reasons behind this racetrack being open here on this beautiful afternoon. Hey, Michael, help me out. Where were you? All right, I'm going to start it off with the driver who is in 22nd position. So if this driver was introduced already, we're going to do it twice. This driver out of Wisconsin making his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut and recently announced as a finalist or semifinalist for the Kawicki Driver Development Program, car number 8, Jaden Johnson. Starting in the 21st position, pulling double duty here tonight out of Claremont, North Carolina. Today, driving the number 46 Pro Late Model, Landon Huffman. Starting in the 20th spot, driving for Direct Development out of Winter Haven, Florida, third generation racer in car number 5, James Seawright. Starting in the 19th spot, former Truck Series champion at Florence Motor Speedway for Black Diamond Industries Racing, Dusty Garris. Starting in the 18th position in his second Cars Tour season, today driving for Rackley War Racing and the Vietnam Veterans of America number 25, Rodney Dowlish Jr. Starting in the 17th spot, former drift driver turned pro late model competitor, making his 6th career start with the Tour. Car number 82 from Dallas, Texas, Taylor Hull. Starting in the 16th spot for the Bryson Lopez team, California native, making his 2nd career Cars Tour appearance, Chase Burgesson.
And starting in the 15th spot in the Jones Utility Construction Toyota out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Logan Jones.
Starting in the 14th spot, we'll see his brother Jason, a late model stock car, both 5th generation racers. Out of Manteca, California, car 12, Colton Hale.
And starting for the 13th position in car number 20, the Craven Flavor WEG and Beehive Production Chevrolet from Windermere, Florida, Evan McKnight.
Starting in the 12th spot out of Newton, North Carolina, driving the Nighthawk Frozen Foods and Clear 28, number 15, making his 3rd career start, Case James.
And starting off from position number 11 in the number 9, Alliance Driveaway Solutions and Kingdom Truck Sales Chevrolet out of Weaverville, North Carolina, Ashton Higgins.
Into the top 10 we go, and the driver returning what would be his 2nd year of Cars Tour Pro Late Model competition. In the Wheelin Engineering, Critical Signs, and Mahoney Family Racing, number 31 from Waterford, Connecticut, Brody Monahan.
And on the inside of row 5, you'll find the number 17, Fab Specialties and Joe's Racing Products Toyota. From Stark, Florida, Brody Gunter.
Starting in the 8th spot, pulling double duty today, looking for his 1st career Pro Late Model win, as he's already got one in a late model stock car. Driving the Low Country Motorsports number 67 from Grimsby, Ontario, Canada, Trayton Lapsevich.
Starting in the 7th spot, celebrating a 26th birthday, the number 51 at Jacob Company Chevrolet for Rick Ware Racing. From Jamestown, North Carolina, Carson Ware.
Starting in the 6th position, making both his Cars Tour Pro Late Model and Late Model Stock Car debut. In the McKenzie Properties Lumber and Supply, number 95 for Kyle Beatty Racing, Lightning London McKenzie.
And now into the top 5 we go. Behind the wheel to number 29, Safety Products and Roosevelt Self-Storage Machine. From Whittam, Maine, Cole Roby.
Starting in the 4th position, 4-time winner in 10 starts in 2025. Today driving the Mobile 1 Toyota for Rackley War Racing. Out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Keelan Harvick.
And starting on the inside of road number 2, in the Jones Utilities Construction at number 44, out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Connor Jones.
On the outside of the front row, making his 4th career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start, going 3 for 3 in top 10s last season. In the UES, Unified Electrical Services number 6 for Setzer Racing and Development, Mason Walters.
And the winner of the Molle Motorsport Pole Award with a time of 15.295 seconds. In the number 18, Cookout Coca-Cola and Cheerwine Takaru Toyota. From Trinity, North Carolina, Mad Max Reeves.
And that is your full 25-car starting grid for the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the Pro Late Models. Now it is time to introduce you to our starting field for the late model stock cars and the Folsom Fence Supply 125, the season opening round for the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Starting in the 30th spot, fresh off back-to-back runner-up efforts to close out 2025 in the LSH Racing number 77 for Alpine Partners, Landon S. Huffman.
Starting in 29th behind the wheel of the number 88, Jerky Boys, LKN Mechanical, and CorvetteParts.net Chevrolet for Junior Motorsports. From Mooresville, North Carolina, Caden Kawapel.
Starting in the 28th spot, making his 5th career Cars Tour appearance and 2nd in the last 2 years. In the Fast Line Construction and Ajo Concrete number 99 from Greer, South Carolina, Austin Summerow.
And it's some home cooking for the number 27 starter and the number 41, Prince William Marina, Sign Shop and TSS Services Chevrolet for Hedgecock Racing Enterprises. From Manassas, Virginia, Mason Diaz.
Starting in the 26th spot, making his Cars Tour late model stock debut after much success at Dominion Raceway. Driving the family-owned team in the Penteco Electrical Services and Rock On Charters number 45 from Catlett, Virginia, Brady Penny.
Three times a winner in 2025 in the 2020 Series Champion. Driving the number 14, Eatman Mobile Movers and GXS Wraps Dodge. From Trinity, North Carolina, Jared Fryer.
In the 24th spot, another Dodge on the field. This one representing the Ram branding on the RNS Race Cars house car. Out of Delphi, Indiana, Sam Butler.
Starting in 23rd, the 2025 Cars Tour West Pro Late Model Champion and the number 15, Burka Redwood and Gama Rebar Ford. From Manteca, California, Jace Hale.
Starting in the 22nd spot, former winner of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, making his 11th Cars Tour late model stock car start in the Fogelman Landfill and Mine and Bull City Performance number 8 out of Durham, North Carolina, Tate Fogelman.
And back with the tour and back with Chad Bryant Racing in the number 77 Bare Knuckles Fighting Championship Chevrolet out of Grimsby, Ontario, Canada, Trayden Lapsevich.
Starting in the 20th spot, multi-time track champion at Wake County in 2022, North Carolina state champion. In the Markham Enterprises, number 1J for Goldsboro Homes, Clay Jones.
And starting in 19th, a four-time Southern National Motorsports Park track champion and two-time Thanksgiving Classic winner in the number 50 SPC Mechanical and High-Tech Specialty Coatings Ford from Four Oaks, North Carolina, Jamie Cottle.
Starting in the 18th spot, making his 48th career start in a late model stock car with the Tour. After a great 2025, back with the Carroll Speed Shop team in the IBCI, Josh Sellers in sheets number 57, Landon Huffman.
The 2025 ZMAX Cars Tour Rookie of the Year starts in 17th. The number 22, Autos by Nelson and L&R Transmissions Toyota. Out of Lexington, North Carolina, Carson Lofton.
Starting in the 16th spot, your 2025 Anderson Motor Speedway late model stock car champion in the Gentry Systematic Services 09 from Easley, South Carolina, Riley Gentry.
And starting in 15th, the 2025 FloRacing Fieldmaster Award winner for the Cars Tour, the number 98 QC Caller and Liberty in a Can machine for AK Performance. From Morrisville, North Carolina, Donovan Strauss.
Starting in the 14th spot, your 2025 Thanksgiving All-Star Classic winner and multi-time winner at this racetrack. In the Air Dug on YouTube in Barnes Paving number 88, Doug Barnes Jr.
Back again in a late model stock car, this time in the number 44 Industrial Battery and Charger and Jones Utilities Construction Chevrolet for the Carroll Speed Shop. From Fredericksburg, Virginia, Connor Jones.
Starting in the 12th spot, former pole sitter with the Tour, making career start number 9 here today. In the Firewall Deep Novel, the Glass Guys and McKay Capital Partners 05 for Alpha Sports, Richmond, Virginia's Mason Bailey.
And starting from 11th, the 2024 Thanksgiving Classic winner in the number 4 Vet Adventures and Quality Pre-Owned Chevrolet for Matt Piercy Racing. From Wilson, North Carolina, Parker Eatman.
Starting in the 10th spot, two-time Cars Tour late model stock winner, moving over to the Taylor Satterfield team to start 2026 in the Maverick Steel Buildings, all steel construction in Maysville Motors 40, Ryan Millington.
And rolling off from 9th in the number 7, Piedmont Animal Rescue Chevrolet for Matt Piercy Racing, the defending Hickory Limited Late Model Champion. From Farmington, Missouri, Aiden King.
Starting in the 8th spot, fresh off a runner-up effort in the ARCA Menard Series race at Daytona, making his 10th career start with the Tour. In the Factory Canopies, Van Dyke Racing Performance 71 from Huntington Beach, California, Jake Bowman.
In its first ZMAX Cars Tour race with Lee Pulliam Performance, driving the number 5 GBS Brand Connect and Unify Me Chevrolet from New London, North Carolina, the number 5 of Carson Brown.
Starting in the 6th spot, the 2024 NX Semi-Pro Asphalt National Champion. Driving for AK Performance on a late model stock car side, the Mackenzie Properties number 95, London Mackenzie.
And starting from 5th in the number 5, Medicorp and Victory Custom Trailers Ford for Hedinger Racing, a victor at Langley Speedway 1 year ago. From King William, Virginia, Chase Burrow.
Starting in the 4th spot, kicking off his 4th season with the Cars Tour and late model stock car competition, 2013 Thanksgiving All-Star Classic winner in the Jerry Hunt Supercenter, Bessemer Tire and Auto and Buddy Scoops Ice Cream 04, Ronnie Bassett Jr.
Starting 3rd, moving over to compete full-time in the late model stocks in 2026 in the number 6, Atlanta Paving and Concrete Sundance Equipment Shells Chevrolet. From Woodstock, Georgia, Brandon Lopez.
To the outside of the front row of the Folsom Fence Supply 125, a driver kicking off his 10th year of competition with the Tour on the late model stock car side. The Aaron Sales and Lease number 16 from McCumbee Elliott Racing, Chad McCumbee.
And the winner of the Heat Wave Pole Award for the 2nd time in his Cars Tour career with a lap of 15.342 seconds in the number 1 Folsom Fence Supply and Best Repair Company Chevrolet out of Alton, Virginia, Lee Pulliam.
25 pro late model competitors and a full field of 30 representing the late model stock cars to kick off the 2026 ZMAX Cars Tour season presented by Sound Gear here at the beautiful Southern National Motorsports Park. So many people responsible for helping to make these events possible, and we want to tip our cap to Double Aught Injury Lawyers for helping present to you our first driver introductions of 2026. You see the pro late model competitors on the grid and ready. Many of those drivers starting to make their way over towards or in their cars as we inch closer to the start of the season, just hitting the 4 o'clock hour here in Lucama, North Carolina, with the start of the year and what could be a defining race and defining moment for all competitors involved, not only as to how their Cars Tour season may unfold, but how their racing season as a whole may unfold. This race at this place could set the tone for so many and propel them to new heights that they would have never thought to be imaginable. Look no further than our defending pro late model champion, Ben Mayer, who was in a NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event down in St. Petersburg, Florida, along with our late model stock car champion from 2025, Landon Lewis. Everyone is aware of what's at stake. The drivers will start to climb into their cars as we inch closer to opening ceremonies here at Southern National.
I think you look front to back in this field, it doesn't matter whether it's the late model stock cars that we just introduced or the pro late models that are sitting right now on the front straightaway, just moments away from firing those cars up and getting ready to go. I've talked to a lot of drivers in the pit area here over the last couple of days, and they think front to back, both divisions, this may be one of the more competitive fields we've seen in a Cars Tour race, especially to start a year. When you think about all the times that we've come here to Southern National Motorsports Park, often the beginning of the season for the ZMAX Cars Tour when it's ventured to this place. It's the 9th time the late model stock cars had visited this racetrack, the 3rd time that the pro late models have come along. And you know, Eric, this place always has the unique distinction of being where everything started. Of course, it didn't start with the Hooters Pro Cup here, but for the Cars Tour and the history that it has gone through over the last decade plus, to always say that this is where it all started and where that dream that Jack McNelly had started right here. It's a very, very special place every time we come back to it, and it provides some fantastic racing.
Yeah, sentimentally for us, our first opportunity to call a Cars Tour race was here back in 2023, and I get that same vibe walking through these gates, and you can see all the hard work and effort that Michael Diaz and his team put into this facility. And You know, the running joke is, saw Mason earlier, fire suit in hand. Typically, he is manning whatever responsibility that needs to be filled at that given time. Today, he gets to focus on racing, and it's due to a lot of partners to help make events like this possible. To inch closer to the start of the season, let's not wait any longer. We're going to go trackside to James Pike for pre-race ceremonies.
Race fans, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as you are able, and veterans render a hand salute as Motor Racing Outreach's Jim Foster delivers this afternoon's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us pray together. Father, we thank you for this beautiful day here at Southern National. We don't take it for granted. We appreciate your blessings in our lives and in the race community. We thank you that we can get the Cars Tour series started this 2016 season. Lord, we ask your favor and blessing on the whole season. And today, Father, we pray for safety for all these teams, all the drivers, the crews, all the track staff and personnel, and all our great fans. Lord, we ask you to bless everything that will take place. We'll give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing as Southern National Motorsports part Mike Diaz honors America with our national anthem.
It's Flow TV. What can I say? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight hold the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Michael Diaz with our rendition of the national anthem to lead us into the first Pro Late Model race of 2026 with the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. The KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the Pro Late Models on the horizon, 25 cars strong. The command of fire engines from Southern National Motorsports Park coming up right after this.
Want an easy way to help take care of your vehicle? ZMAX Micro Lubricant. ZMAX Micro Lubricant is a DIY solution that pours into your fuel and oil. ZMAX proprietary molecules are uniquely small, so they literally soak into the metal, dispersing harmful carbon deposits. This improves horsepower, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. ZMAX is good for your car, your wallet, and the environment. Can be used in new or used vehicles. Available at ZMAX.com or your local auto parts store.
Lessen the noise of the track, not the rush of the race. With Sound Gear, hearing protection solutions that lap the competition. Perfect for racers, crew, fans, or anyone who works or plays in loud places. Sound Gear, official hearing protection sponsor of ZMAX Cars Tour. Sound Gear, ready for anywhere sound is a problem.
Future champions and racing icons. The Cars Tour puts them all on the same track, and it puts you right in the middle of it. Affordable, family-friendly, and packed with edge-of-your-seat moments. This is short track racing the way it's meant to be. The Cars Tour, where the next generation becomes the next legend. On March the 28th, the Cars Tour will be at Wake County Speedway in Raleigh, North Carolina for the Delta Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing 125. To purchase tickets, scan the QR code on the screen or visit carsracingtour.com.
Welcome back to Southern National Motorsports Park in Lucama, North Carolina, where the Pro Late Model drivers are on the ready to get the command to fire their engines and rocket around this 4/10 of a mile racetrack for 100 laps. This racetrack opened back in 1993, but closed shortly after the 2008 season. And we talk about speedways that oftentimes go by the wayside and do not come back. Michael Diaz and company took hold of this facility in 2011, and we're ready to host the Cars Tour again in 2026. We'll go to John trackside to James Pike to continue on with opening ceremonies.
Race fans, it is time. For the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome our friends from Folsom Fence Supply.
Drivers, start your engines!
Man, I've been waiting 4 months to hear that sound. I don't know about you, Eric, but man, does it feel good to be back at this racetrack, any racetrack, and to be able to hear the engines fire up on what is going to be an incredibly competitive field for 100 laps here in the Pro Lates. Again, it's been too long since Wilkesboro last October.
And we've already seen just how unique this racetrack can be. We talked about the inclement weather that rolled in pretty much all day long yesterday, scrapping practice. But the race fans are ready for the KevinSaysYes.com 100. Now, race fans, have you been wanting an ATV or side-by-side but worried your credit may throw a caution flag? Don't worry. Go see our guy, Crazy Kevin Powell. He specializes in getting people approved. KevinSaysYes.com. KevinSaysYes.com. And the trophy today will represent KevinSaysYes.com to the winner of this 100-lap contest to set the tone for the 11-race slate that makes up the 2026 ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear Pro Late Model season. And after this race, a lot of these drivers will have some time to exhale because it won't be until we go to Nashville that we'll see the pros in action again with the Tour. So it's a chance for everyone to put it all on the line to get a win here at Southern National.
And that's going to be a big race, especially for these Pro Late models. We open the show and we talk about it. The Floatium program that is brand new to the ZMAX Cars Tour here in 2026. It's essentially splits the season up into 3 race segments, but gives out a $10,000 prize for the drivers who qualify. Nashville will be that race for these Pro Late models as we take a look at the starting grid for the KevinSaysYes.com 100.
Max Reeves, Mason Walters on the front row, each looking for their first career Cars Tour late model win, I should say Pro Late model win. Connor Jones, Keelan Harvick, that young man has been on quite the roll. He just won the icebreaker at Florence. He'll start 4th. Cole Roby and London McKenzie make up row 3.
How about Carson Ware and Trayton Lapsovich, a driver who is looking to bring that team back into an owner's championship or a driver's championship in 2026, and Lapsovich filling in here for the Pro Late models before hopping in his late model stock. Brody Gunter, Brody Monahan, great to see Ashton Higgins back out with the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, and Case James fastest in practice earlier today from 12.
Evan McKnight in the second Setzer Racing and Development entry, row 7, alongside a California native, Colton Hale. Logan Jones, a former winner on the Tour, starts inside of row 8. Chase Bergeson outside of row number 8. Taylor Hall and Rodney Dallas Jr. make up row 9.
Back in row 10, Dusty Garris, James Seawright, exciting young driver to see him. Landon Huffman got some work to do to try and work his way up from the 21st position, 22nd to Jaden Johnson. The rest of the field scrolls on by. It'll be Jeff Batten who makes up the 13th row. All 25 drivers who took the time will start here in the Pro Late models. Can't say the same about the late model stock cars a little bit later on.
Now, a couple of things to consider as we get ready to kick off this first race of the season, one of which competition cautions. Big talking point as we went into the offseason. A lot of deliberations between officials and team owners and drivers and representation all across the series, if you will. Competition caution rule for both groups is going to be 45 laps for both divisions, and it cannot happen inside of 25 to go. So that will essentially limit the possibility of perhaps one in each race you see today. And we're also going to have some new ways that restarts are going to be officiated. More on that as that time rolls along. As our chief starter, Brandon Willard's been doing this for more than a decade. His father, Danny, the race director for the Tour, also for more than 10 years with the Tour. And our KevinSaysYes.com and SRI drone is giving you a high above vantage point with trackside parking sold out across the 4/10 of a mile oval. We're ready to go racing. Max Reeves, Mason Walters going to make up the front row as the HendrickCars.com pace car will make its way to the pit lane. Time to kick off the 2026 ZMAX Cars Tour season for the Pro Late Models. We're underway with the KevinSaysYes.com 100. Your opening lap, sound gear, sound check live as the field completes the first lap of the season. And it's Reeves clear out in front to the lead, side by side for second with Connor Jones in the 44, inside of Mason Walters in the 6.
And this is where the big theme of this race is going to be. And in fact, it's a reason why Southern National Motorsports Park was a huge influence in why they went to a choose rule for restarts. You can remember that incident, the first race that we got to call here 3 years ago, about drivers who were trying to position themselves for the bottom row. And you can see exactly why right now. You can see Walters stuck on that outside line, finally able to settle back in line in fourth. But you also have to think of some of the precipitation that came through this facility over the last couple of days. They've been able to dry this racetrack, but if anything, it didn't help what little grip already there is in that second outside line. So everybody migrating to the bottom very, very quickly.
We talk about the banking of this facility, 17 degrees in the corners, 7 degrees on the straightaway. The track about 70 feet wide. And we'll see at many of the venues we visit in 2026, some drivers try to hook the left sides on the apron to help the car corner. Can't really do that here. And if you get stuck on the outside, you're at risk of getting freight trained. And that's what's happening to Cole Roby right there. Top lane of the racetrack in the black number 29. Brody Gunter is down to the inside. Here comes Brody Monahan with the 31. With Roby just hoping to try to find a slot to fall in line. He may have it here. Not quite in 3. Lapsevich keeps the nose down low.
And the going theme in talking to a lot of these teams, but especially here in the Pro Late Models, Southern National Motorsports Park, again, you mentioned open in the late 90s, is a track that has become exceptionally abrasive over the last couple of years. But as we've gone on, as we've kind of entered this new era with tires in the ZMAX Cars Tour, whether it's ST2 in the Pro Late Models or the F45 Star in the late model stock cars, you'll hear from a lot of drivers that saving tire, yes, it matters here, but it's not near as much the name of the game, if you will, as it has been in years past. So that's why, again, qualifying so vital for these drivers to try and get themselves in line. As you can see, this is Ashton Higgins, the number 9. Great to see him back here. The Cars Tour ran quite frequently and was a multi-time winner in the South Atlantic Pro Series a year ago, trying to get himself up into the top 10 right now.
Saw a little bit of smoke maybe coming out of the overflow on the number 9 car of Higgins in 1 and 2 last time. We'll see if it happens again. It appears to be right where that overflow spout is located at the base of the right side of the driver's windshield. We'll keep an eye on that as the race continues to roll on. Further back, Case James in the 15 getting kicked up the racetrack by Colton Hale in the black and green 12. This a battle for 13th position. Just a few spots shy of the top 10. Bit of a bobble by Hale as he gets back to the power off the corner. And it's going to be James who concedes the spot for now.
And that's a mistake that can sometimes be easy to make when you even are making a pass that you're almost scraping those left side tires right onto the apron because you're wanting to run right on that paint. You can even see that black number 20 car of Evan McKnight doing that perfectly, running right along the apron, straddling those left sides just with that little white strip that's down there to indicate the difference between the apron and the banking. The difference is here is that transition is quite significant. here at Southern National Motorsports Park. Back up front, we haven't had a change yet. Connor Jones in the 44 has made up some ground on that black 18 of Max Reeves. Also, Keelan Harvick looking to continue the momentum he ended last season with, as we've got a caution out on the speedway. It is Logan Jones, who has made heavy contact in turns 3 and 4.
You see some body work there, clear to the left front of Logan Jones' car as the first caution flag of the season is going to fly on lap number 13 of the KevinSaysYes.com Pro Late Model portion of our program, with 87 laps to go. And the Wake County winner from 2023, and you can tell by the skid marks and also just to the right of where the Southern National branding appears to end up against that yellow wall, you can see that Logan did in fact make some pretty square contact. Hard enough maybe to even chip some of that paint off the wall before the car came to rest about 30 feet away from it. See the good news there, Logan has the window net down and is about to climb out of the car, indicating that he is in fact okay. And you can see some of the fluid running out from the nose section of that car as it remains perched up towards the top of the 17-degree banking in turns 3 and 4 at Southern National. Logan Jones is out of the car and okay. We're under our first caution with Max Reeves, the leader. We'll be back for the restart right after this. KevinSaysYes.com and SRI Performance giving you the high above vantage point of the Southern National Motorsports Park, where we are under our first caution of not only the race but the season, after Logan Jones had a problem on the entrance to turn number 3 and found the outside retaining wall, drawing caution number 1 and slowing the field, and thus erasing the couple of car length lead that Max Reeves was able to hold over, ironically, another one of the Jones in the field, Connor Jones, who holds down second spot. And you see the Joey Jones Racing number 77 being gently returned to that race team's hauler so they could begin the breakdown and loadout process, as it did not take long for some bad luck and misfortune to find Logan Jones.
Now, if you have been watching the Cars Tour for a number of years, many are familiar with, well, one, the choose that you can see taking place right now, but also an amendment to the rules from 25 heading into 26. If you've been watching the series, there's generally been a competition caution run after a specified amount of green flag laps. It used to be a year ago 45 for the late model stocks, 40 for the pro late models. That's been eliminated in that it is the same for both divisions. It's 45 laps for the late model stocks and also now 45 laps for the pro late models. The other contingent there is that it can only happen a maximum of 1 time per race. It also cannot happen in the last 25 laps of a race. So a slight difference in procedure here, that if we go 45 consecutive green flag laps, there will only be 1 competition caution thrown in both divisions, a max of 1 time, whether it's 100 laps for the pros or 125 laps for the late model stock. So a slight difference in procedure.
Different dynamic these race teams have to consider as these races unfold. As we see, by virtue of the choose, Max Reeves, the leader in the 18, is elected the inside. Connor Jones in the 44 to the outside, as the HendrickCars.com pace car will make its way off into the pit lane, and we will enter the iRacing restart zone for the first time this season. Reeves and Jones on the button. We're back underway. And Jones is trying to keep the fight to Reeves, but he may elect to try to slide down, but he couldn't do it in time. Here comes Harvick for second on the inside.
Also a difference in procedure in terms of restarts. You can see the restart zone that we have here for the Z-Max Cars Tour. There's also, oh, how's that going to work? Somehow Carson Ware onto the flat as the 95 and the 6 got together. Somehow we keep it rolling. That's McKenzie and Walters that had contact in 1 and 2. Meanwhile, back up front, battle for the race lead. Reeves and Keelan Harvick, who found his way up into second. Jones chose the outside from second, and he fell back into third.
We mentioned the role that Keelan Harvick has been on in these style of race cars. Also, even in a late model stock car, as well as what he accomplished in the Icebreaker at Florence. But he won the last 3 Cars Tour Pro Late Model races he competed in 2025. So he's on a bit of a roll in terms of this series, trying to keep it rolling to kick off 2026 on the heels of the newly announced deal with Toyota Racing Development. And he is stalking the backside of fellow Toyota-supported competitor Max Reeves, who will continue his ARCA campaign with Joe Gibbs Racing and several other full-bodied stock car starts this season as well. These 2 top talents now separated by a quarter car length for the lead.
We saw it a lot in qualifying. We're seeing it a lot in this race as well. Talking to the pro and late model stock car drivers, they mentioned how easy it is to kind of wander the nose on exit of the corner. And you could see Reeves, Harvick using every bit of racetrack. We saw it a lot in qualifying as the cars were nearly painting the right side of their cars blue with how they were scraping it with the outside retaining wall here at Southern National Motorsports Park. And it's very inviting. Riley Gentry specifically said this corner's so inviting that you look at the big banking and you think you have that trust to be able to put that throttle down, and it's very easy as the banking falls off to not have that same grip. But Harvick able to turn under Max Reeves off of turn 2. At least he's making it look, but right now not quite able to pull alongside with 80 to go.
And one of the variables to consider in this battle for the lead, that 44 car of Connor Jones, as Harvick gets almost up to the back bumper of Reeves there off of turn 2, with Jones starting to close, and Walters, after the bit of a contact and save while slamming the door on London McKenzie off the restart. 4 cars starting to ratchet it back up, and that may incentivize Harvick to get going as he gives another nudge to Reeves off 2.
Gonna look low. Oh, they're gonna make contact into turn 3. Reeves able to gather it up. He's gonna try to fend him off on the outside line. And this is tough to do at Southern National. What Reeves is trying to accomplish to hold Keelan Harvick at bay, but it looks like he's not going to be able to do so any longer. And that brings Connor Jones right into the fight for second as well. Even Mason Walters in that number 6 car.
Yeah, Reeves is in danger of getting drop kicked back to fourth as Harvick goes to the lead. Will be a quarter of the way through the KevinSaysYes.com 100 at the conclusion of this lap. Harvick to the point, Jones to second, Walters inside of Reeves. Or check that, Walters inside. Yes, Walters will take that spot away from Reeves. Reeves back to fourth.
Again, 5-star, they make those bodies in white or black, so a lot of those cars that elected to have that black base in their template, in their paint scheme right now, running second all the way pretty much throughout the rest of the top 5, all the way to Carson Ware, who's kept touch in the number 51. There's Reeves falling back to fourth, McKenzie. And there you see Carson Ware. By the way, celebrating a 26th birthday today, so happy birthday, Carson. Looking to try and end up in Cookout Victory Lane to celebrate, which he was able to do so at Ace Speedway last year. It was a 51-lap race. Seems to work out for car number 51.
Carson started off the year on the right foot as well, finishing top 20 in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race at Daytona. Trying to parlay that into more success here on the short track side of things with the team that won the owner's title in 2025. And McKenzie with the glove save and the beauty in that 95 off the restart after the contact with Walters hasn't slowed him down any. And again, he is making not only double duty attempts here today in that 95 car, but he's making his debut in both the pro and the late model stock with the traveling circus known as the Cars Tour. That's a lot of pressure to put on a young man, and judging by his results through both qualifying sessions, he's ready to carry it all. He's doing great today and working over Max Reeves for fourth.
And again, somebody that, yes, he's been in full-body stock cars, but you think of the amount of years that he has, even compared to some drivers in this field, it's not that significant, but he has shown so well. And again, think about it, he's starting 6th in the Cars Tour late model stock race, and we know how competitive that series is, being able to start up front and also being able to utilize these laps. For a lot of these drivers, they may have full-bodied stock car experience, but a lot of them haven't been at a racetrack that has 17 degrees of banking, and that's something that takes some adjustment, that takes some getting used to. And McKenzie just taking to it very, very well right now. It's been really smart early on in this race, and we'll see how that car kind of handles itself throughout the rest of the races. There you can see Dusty Garris, car number 22, going a lap behind the race leader as Keelan Harvick starts to get into traffic, and it might be 3 wide. Behind him for second as Garris is in the wall.
And Jones lets him know that he wasn't happy about that one. They tried to split Garris on the front straightaway. The 22 got hooked, touched the outside retaining wall, and now is off the pace on the approach to turn 3, and I don't think he's going to be able to get down. Well, the field's going to have to be on their toes to get around that 22 car as he continues to limp around the top side of the racetrack.
And that's a tough spot to be in because we've gotten strung out enough to where there's not a huge hole anywhere in the field right now to try and get that car down. You see Ashton Higgins going on by. This is probably one of the bigger holes we see in the field, but even then, not able to turn down. You hope that that fender rub starts to clear, and it's starting to for Garris, who unfortunately still trying to limp by as Harvick puts some more cars a lap behind himself.
Garris going to try to get to the inside now as Harvick puts a lap on Jeff Batten in the 49 and makes his Cars Tour return. And as Harvick now comes up to the entrance of the pit lane, you see Garris finally getting the safety to the inside of the racetrack.
And that's even a tough spot for Garris to be in. As he was exiting the corner, you got Walters and Jones. One went high, one went low, and you know, this track gets a lot of comparisons to Bristol because of the high banks and the high speeds, and that is something that is quite difficult because things happen here so quickly. And for a lot of these drivers, they're used to being able to look down or to look into the corner. It's difficult to do, and especially off of turn 4 with the sunlight that's coming down. You can see even Keelan Harvick right there. You can see his gloves, you can see his visor. That's the most difficult spot on the track to be able to spot even some lap traffic like what they just had.
And that bit of contact between Garris and Jones have shaken up the top 5 a little bit. So Mason Walters, who had a close call of his own getting around Jeff Batten, just as you were talking about it. In fact, Jones just came down the pit lane under green. He did fall back to about the 5th spot. And now Connor Jones appears to be giving up the ghost. He has brought the car to the pit lane and looks to be retiring from this race with 60 laps to go after he and the lap car tangled on the front stretch while he was running in the top 3 at the time.
It's a tough break there as Harvick has been able to put a couple of cars a lap down. Last few laps, though, Mason Walters, in terms of lap time, now that they're clear of a little bit of traffic and have some space in front of them, the times are very competitive right now for Walters, trying to keep pace and even chase down the pace that Keelan has been able to set in the moment in that number 62. And what an exciting time for young Keelan Harvick. Just announced earlier this week that he is going to be part of the Toyota Driver Development Program. A huge get for them, for somebody that it's hard to imagine. It's easy for us to forget how young that Keelan Harvick is, given his poise, his racecraft, his experience. It seems like he's behind the wheel of something almost every single week. And even going through this traffic, you can see him kind of picking his spots very well here.
It's his first Cars Tour Pro Late Model start here at Southern National, but he did run the Thanksgiving All-Star Classic at the end of last season, finishing top 20 there. Also won the Snowflake 100 down at what is the Pro Late Model event, paired up in the Snowball Derby this past December. As he puts a lap on Taylor Hall, you see Garris returning to the racetrack in the 22. Connor Jones is loading up. He will not be rejoining the race, but just that little bit of traffic there did erase some of the lead that he had built up over Walters. As we check in on Max Reeves in the 18, who runs third, and London McKenzie, who continues his very impressive debut in the Pro Late Model car, now up to fourth.
You really get a good vantage point, even with where our camera is positioned right there. You can see the character of these cars as they exit turn 4, and I think even right there you get a good gauge of Max Reeves and London McKenzie in the 18 and the 95 respectively. You can see how they launch up off the corner. They're not twitching, they're not having to oversteer, they're not, you can see their hands, they're quite steady. They have good drive right now. We can see Garris is back on the racetrack after some of the damage that he suffered, and is trying to continue to log some laps to make up a couple of spots. Again, he's got about 2 or 3 more laps to make up those positions on Connor Jones.
There is starting to be quite a bit of differential between some of the cars that are either falling a lap down or in danger of going a lap down or have gone a lap down already, and some of the front runners, as we've got trouble.
Big trouble. Huge smoke in turn 1 as one car up into the outside retaining wall. It is the number 11 machine up in a heap of smoke. That is Tony Constantino, and a huge impact with the rear end of that race car.
Constantino, who, as we talked about earlier during qualifying, slated to run full-time in the ARCA Menard Series for the Maples Motorsports team. However, he debuted an entry that did not have a lot of owner's points to fall back on, was involved in a skirmish in his group qualifying effort, and did not make the show after what has been a standout performance the last few years with Andy Hillenberg's Fast Track team. And I believe he may have had some contact with Taylor Hall in the 82, who is also on the pit lane, as Costantino drives away from the scene. This caution comes just prior to the halfway point. Here's Costantino, and he got the back end jacked up off the ground by Colton Hale going into turn 1.
And again, it's one of those situations where, I mean, you're coming off of turn 4 and you're almost blind. I was talking with Landon S. Huffman yesterday, who had never been to this racetrack before. And again, he races a Hickory, which kind of has a similar way the sun comes in, where it's coming out of turn 1 and kind of blinding you on the front stretch. And he even queued up. He said while he was making laps, he was having to full up put his hand in front of his visor because he didn't have a tinted visor to be able to see down the front straightaway. And I think even in looking in that situation, that's likely what it is. Yes, they knew that they were really close, but it's so hard to judge when you're that close going into the corner like that.
It should also be noted that at the time, Colton Hale was running in the top 15 and on the lead lap. Costantino did fall a lap down off the leaders, so a bit of pace differential there as well between those two cars going into 1. And unfortunately, it's Costantino who finds the wall to draw caution number 2, just about a lap shy of the iRacing halfway point of the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the pros, with Keelan Harvick the leader.
In the times that they were setting, Walters and Harvick both, you know, they were several tenths better than the field, but they were really starting to match each other. Harvick kind of jumped out to a lead, and Walters was starting to reel him in a little bit. Reeves had kind of settled in third there. So we'll see as they fire off again. Again, 51 laps to go, so there will be no more competition cautions. But half of this race still left. We'll see who gets the iRacing Halfway Lap Leader Award. By the way, $100 cash to whoever can lead two laps from now.
And how about this on the choose? Harvick picks the inside as expected. Mason Walters decides he wants to follow the 62 down to the bottom. And that's going to allow Max Reeves, the pole sitter, to jump up from 3rd to 2nd on this ensuing restart. Brody Monahan trying to do a bit of leapfrogging himself. He was 6th when the caution came out. He's going to restart 4th. McKenzie's picked the inside of row 3. And Cole Roby, who was 8th at the time of the yellow, now moves up to 6th.
And this is the one racetrack where you really get to see who's brave enough to go there to the outside. Again, Monahan was 6th at the choose. He'll line up on the outside of row 3. Just a row back. I believe that's the 29 of Cole Roby. He was an 8th. He jumps up to 6th. So it can be a risk if you can make it work. But if you're not able to find your way back down to the bottom quickly, it can be tough sledding up there.
Since we got an extra lap added on the caution, let's provide a little bit more context about the individual and industry presenting their sponsorship and support of this race. The term KevinSaysYes.com is a promotional website centered around Kevin Powell's upbeat, opportunity-focused brand and message. The site highlights his positive Say Yes philosophy, encouraging people to embrace new challenges, experiences, and collaborations with confidence. Features information about his work projects, ways to get involved, leading personal storytelling with professional outreach. The design reflects an energetic and optimistic tone that aligns with the empowering message behind the name. When others say no, Kevin says yes. KevinSaysYes.com, the presenting sponsor and partner for the season opening round for the Pro Late Models that is about to get back underway with 51 laps to go. The HendrickCars.com pace car heads to the safety of pit road. Keelan Harvick, Max Reeves bring us into the restart zone, and we're back underway.
There's a little bit of a stack up there with Walters trying to get going behind Harvick. Wants to make sure he keeps that second position on the inside. It's good reaction there by the rest of the field. And there you see Max Reeves stuck on the outside trying to find a way to get down. He was in 3rd. Oh boy, they're 3 wide off the corner there for a moment. One car is slow. That is Brody Gunter in the 17, who looks to be a little bit off the pace, but now gets going again.
Gunter's able to keep that car under power. Looks as though the race will stay green as Harvick takes over the iRacing Halfway Award. He will claim possession of that honor for the first time this season. Walters has settled into 2nd. The decision to follow Harvick to the bottom appears to have paid off for now. Same for McKenzie, who picked the inside. He was on the inside of row 3 and is now up to a podium spot.
And again, the drivers I talked to earlier today weren't so concerned about some of that moisture that had come in. Oh, we got trouble in turn 2. One car is slow and has stopped at the top end of the racetrack. That is Ashton Higgins in the number 9, who had a little bit of smoke trailing that race car through turns 1 and 2. And for the 3rd time, we are slowed as we have passed the halfway point. So it is Keelan Harvick that takes home the iRacing Halfway Lap Leader Award, the extra $100 cash that comes along with that. As Higgins able to get it stopped before making contact with the outside wall. Again, there was a lot of smoke trailing that car as he came to rest. 3rd caution flag of the KevinSaysYes.com 100. We'll be back from Southern National Motorsports Park right after this.
still under our third caution after Ashton Higgins' car came to a stop up in turn number 2 in the KevinSaysYes.com 100, the season opening round for the Pro Late Models in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, with Keelan Harvick out in front of the field. Harvick started this race in 4th spot, and as we've been talking much throughout the afternoon, there is a lot of reason why this young man's stock is certainly on the rise. We highlighted the newly announced partnership with Toyota and TRD as they hit the choose this time through, with Keelan picking the bottom. Mason Walters to follow as well. London McKenzie will be the brave soul to jump up to the top lane. But Keelan, as we take a look at our Sound Gear driver profile, 10 starts with this series, 4 trips to victory lane. Also won the Icebreaker at Florence to start 2026 and won the Snowflake 125 at Snowball Derby weekend. The Pro Late Model race there held usually on the eve of the Snowball Derby. It ended up being essentially on the morning of the scheduled Snowball Derby due to inclement weather. But he has been on a roll, and the trend continues here, and he will lead the field down to the iRacing restart zone 1 lap from now.
And again, I think what's so impressive about that is that, yes, it's one thing to win in a lot of these cars or the Pro Late Models where he's raced a lot, but I think what really caught my eye was him going down to the Icebreaker and, you know, battling a Matt Cox, Sam Yarborough, a Lee Pulliam, and coming out victorious at the Icebreaker. That is so impressive at his age.
Now he's going to try to test his talents against this Pro Late Model field for 48 more laps. They'll come into the iRacing restart zone. Harvick and new front row restarter, London McKenzie, gets the jump. We'll see if it's too good of a jump as they go to turn 1. McKenzie ahead by a quarter car length. Harvick trying to power back off turn 2 and the battle for the lead on the back straightaway.
Yeah, McKenzie doing as much as he can from that outside line to try and hold off Keelan Harvick, trying to get as much of a jump as he can on that restart. And if anything, was able to stay alongside for a lap about as well as we've seen anybody do it. And looks like no harm, no foul, went in third and is going to be able to come out once they single file out, third in the running order. But nevertheless, aggressive was McKenzie on that restart to try and see maybe he can make the outside work. And boy, Reeves in the 95 of McKenzie close to making contact into turn 1.
And perhaps compiling some information for later should we have another or a late race caution if that outside lane may be worth a shot, as McKenzie was able to stabilize exactly where he was running at the time of the yellow. Brody Monahan in the 31 getting a bit of a love tap from Landon Huffman in the orange and black number 46 as Monahan has been trapped up to the outside lane. Rodney Dowless behind Monahan in a 4-wheel drift off the corner after rebounding from a spin and qualifying in that Rackley War 25.
Yeah, Dallas had a big comeback and was impressed with the lap that he made, but even starting on those tires, it's tough sledding. And you can even see right now, even off the corner, that car is swinging on the free side, even if as he's on the inside trying to complete that pass. And it seems like Brody Gunter, again, there was a lap 2 runs ago where he fell off about half a second, and then we even saw last run that he was off the pace and then he got going. So I don't know if the car's shutting off on him or what issues befalling that 17, but it seems like for now everything is A-okay for the time being.
By Monahan the 31, the aforementioned Gunter in the 17 as Monahan's car pushes wide up off turn 4. Here's Gunter to the bottom. This all happening a little bit outside of the top 10. You see the 5 there. Florida native James Seawright making his first career start for the 3rd generation racer. The ZMAX Cars Tour in the Pro Late Models. The 12 car Colton Hale also into the picture, and Dylan Garner, 3rd in points in 2025, has some veteran spotter help here today. Charlie Brown is trying to help Dylan get up through the field after not having the best of runs in qualifying. Started back in 24th did Garner. He's currently up to 17th. Back up towards the front of the field. Here's the gap between race leader Keelan Harvick and Mason Walters, who's about 3/4 of a second behind. Word from the pit lane from James Pike, who has been monitoring the Setzer Racing and Development radio of Walters. They're trying to motivate the young man to lock into his own pace, maybe not worry too much about who's out in front or just behind, and also practicing manage your tires. We talked about how abrasive this facility is here at Southern National, and that is some of the advice being relayed to the young man, currently sitting in 2nd spot.
And a lot of these drivers I talked to were kind of some have a different approach about how they wanted to take to this race. With the ST2 on this Pro Late Model side, I think you gotta. It seems like the line of thinking is that you got to be aggressive and you just have to get track position, and that you just can't slip it. That's what a lot of drivers told me, is that whether it's that or even the F45 Star on the late model stock car side, is that you can push your tires harder than you used to be able to with this compound, but you just don't need to slip it. You don't need to be sliding off the corner. You don't need to destroy the right front, losing the nose, all that stuff. So you can go pretty hard. You just can't kind of go a little bit over that edge, because then it'll really bite you.
And you may not find out that you've done that until it's too late. It's
true. Good point.
Lesson you have to learn the hard way. Now, last couple laps, Mason Walters has been a little bit quicker than Keelan Harvick. Specifically in the center of the corner is where that 6 car looks to be a little bit stronger. As we drop back and check in on the battle for 9th position. Here's Jaden Johnson in the number 8 car, being chased by Cole Roby in the number 29. Interesting tie between these two competitors. We mentioned the Kawicki Driver Development Program. The finalists are going to be announced the week of March 9th through the 13th, with one finalist being announced per day. Cole Roby, as well as that 8 car of Jaden Johnson, quarterfinalists in that program. They're hoping both of their names get called in that week in March, where the Kawicki Driver Development finalists will be rolled out. So interesting dynamic there between those two.
And again, they've been battling each other a while now, for a couple of weeks, it seems like. They were both running up front, battling each other in the World Series of Asphalt a couple of weeks ago at New Smyrna Speedway. You can see kind of falling out of the top 5 here. How about trading laps? Patrol, 1 car up in smoke down the front straightaway and keeps going. It's the 46 of Landon Huffman off of turn 2, who just had an incredible save. I think it might be the right rear tire going down as he was sliding through the corner. He was about nosed it in the inside wall off of turn 2, but kept it together, and it draws the caution flag for the 4th time.
He's already got the window net. No, it's still up, as a matter of fact, after a tremendous effort and save, and it looks like he had to do it again coming off the corner. For Landon Huffman, a rare double-duty attempt for him on the Cars Tour side of things. This was his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut for the RTD Motorsports team. And they immediately go under the hood to see what may have come undone. That certainly gave Huffman quite the scare.
Yeah, it gave all the fans here at Southern National Motorsports Park down the front straightaway a nice little smoke show as it went down the front stretch. Was sliding all the way through turns 1 and 2, able to gather it up again. That's why it drew the caution. It was hard to see at that end of the racetrack. There was so much smoke. You see some of the Carroll Speed Shop team coming on over and checking on things as well. Of course, the team that he'll be running for 125 laps a little later on this evening. And it appears that there's going to be some inspection of the front stretch where it seemed that smoke was trailing out, and they'll take at least a couple of moments here to evaluate this racetrack to make sure everything is A-OK.
So caution number 4 turning into our first red flag as the track crew will go to work on the front straightaway after Claremont's Landon Huffman has a mechanical problem slowing this race for the 4th time. Keelan Harvick out in front of the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the Cars Tour Pro Late Models at Southern National.
Hendrick.
It's the perfect time to find an affordable vehicle. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop our large selection, including over 1,000 vehicles priced under 20 grand. Plus, drive today but pay later with our payment deferral and 0 down options. Buy from the name you know and trust. Hendrick has received over 650,000 5-star online reviews. Over 1,000 vehicles under 20 grand. Find yours at HendrickCars.com.
Eibach Road Truck Lift Stage 3R. Proudly made in the USA. Designed for the most rugged and demanding off-road trails. Featuring front 2.5-inch coilovers and rear 2.5-inch reservoir shocks. Developed to provide maximum traction, consistency, and control off-road and on-road.
Unveiled at PRI. 5-Star introduced an all-new sprint car body engineered using advanced CFD aero analysis, validated through on-track testing using real-time airflow data.
There's no reason why anybody will want to run anything else than this 5-star sprint car body.
Designed to fit Maxim, XXX, Schnee Lawson, JR1, J&J, DRC, Spike, and more. 5-Star's all-new sprint car body. The new standard in sprint car technology.
Back under yellow flag conditions at Southern National Motorsports Park for the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the Pro Late models. Looking at our KevinSaysYes.com and SRI drone shot, hovering over turns 3 and 4, still bathed in sun, while you can see some shade starting to develop in turns 1 and 2. Certainly going to impact the handling characteristics of the cars not only competing in this race, but also for the Folsom Fence Supply 125 that's coming up on the docket to close us out here at this beautiful 4/10 of a mile oval. Several teams did take advantage of the red-yellow condition that was displayed with a cleanup in turn 1 and come down to the attention of their crews, while others continue to focus forward on the remaining 30 laps of this race, with Keelan Harvick out in front of Mason Walters and London McKenzie, your top 3 before the choose.
And it doesn't seem that there was really any problem. They looked at the racetrack, but not a ton of work having to be done there, but just wanted to make sure that everything was okay there with the 46 coming down the front straightaway with an apparent mechanical problem. But looking back up front here, Eric, at least these last couple of restarts, it seems like 62 at Keelan Harvick really fires off well. You give that car 5, 6, 7 laps or so, and that 62 really has some pace to it. But after that, after the initial fire off, we've really seen that Mason Walters has, I think, a piece that he can compete with that 62 with.
And the last time that we had the restart, it was London McKenzie who jumped up to the top lane and was trying to be the brave soul to make that outside work. Thought perhaps the restart looked a little too strong, but it kind of worked itself out in the middle of 1 and 2, and Harvick got the edge. A couple of bit of housekeeping items for the pit lane per James Pike. Walters saying the car's a little free in, but when he straightens out an entry, it seems to fix that a little bit. Brody Monahan was one of the cars that came down to the attention of his crew under the red-yellow. They made a left front air pressure adjustment on the 31 car, and per the number 46 team, Landon Huffman, oil line that came undone. Thus the reason for the caution, red flag, and cleanup, and the retirement of Landon from this pro late model portion of his day, with the late model stock car race still on the horizon. We're talking about our buddy Kevin Powell and the KP Motorsports team. They've already had a really good day. Kevin said yes a lot watching the Smart Modified Tour race at Florence that just took place earlier this afternoon. If you don't want spoilers, cover your ears. You may have figured it out by now, but their modified team, driven by Brandon Ward, got the win out at Florence at that 0.4 of a mile at Timmonsville. Great start to the Smart season for them. I'll catch the replay when we get home, but it's already been a pretty good day for Kevin Powell and his team. Maybe not so much on the late model stock car side. The heartbreaker of the afternoon is that Brandon Pierce and that team missed the show by the narrowest of margins. But on the other side, at least they've got something to celebrate there.
Yeah, get Brandon Pierce, Caden Palos, and Dean in the number 99. Those cars that, as far as the late model stock car portion is concerned, were not able to qualify their way into the race. Jeff Batten right now in the pro late model race receiving the free pass to be waved back onto the lead lap.
As far as how this race has unfolded, we had our first caution relatively early. Lap 13 is when Logan Jones went up and got into the turn 3 and 4 wall that put him out of the race. A little bit later on, Connor Jones, while running up in the top 3, made contact with a lap car. Did not draw the yellow, but it ended Connor's day. The second yellow came out when Tony Costantino got into the wall in turns 1 and 2 after some contact with another car. Premeditated that one. A mechanical issue for Ashton Higgins up in turns number 2 in his 25th career Cars Tour Pro late model start. Slowed us for a third time. And a most recent caution, the oil line issue for Landon Huffman going into turn 1. Remarkable save there, and also coming off of turn 2. And also a great job by the rest of the field to not be caught up in that one. But it put us under not only our 4th caution, but also a momentary red flag period for the track crew to assess the circumstance. And it looks as though they are taking another pass on that area in turns 1 and 2 right now.
By the way, worth mentioning, that lap that Jeff Batten is getting back will put him on the lead lap. So that'll put 20 cars in contention and still a part of this thing. Dusty Garris, you mentioned the contact with Connor Jones. Garris has been able to continue, albeit it has been 11 laps down. But at the moment, is still out on the racetrack. You can see him pacing by right there. As you're right, they're taking a look once again. And again, Huffman went down into 1 and 2. Kind of right in the racing line, and was trying his best to get out of the way once he realized that he had a problem. But running right through that area of the racetrack, they know that's where every car is going to be pretty much for the remainder of the day and the remainder of the race. So they want to make sure that everything is okay at that part of the racetrack, because again, that is the racing line here at Southern National Motorsports Park.
Depending how much speedy dry they decide to lay down, maybe may impact some of the choose options. Doesn't look like it's all that much they're putting down at this time, but still going to be a lot for Keelan Harvick and that team to think about, as he will have the first crack at making that decision, where the preferred line is all day long and pretty much all night long will be the bottom of the racetrack here at Southern National.
Alan McKenzie, that last restart, and again, they've changed procedures here in being able to watch the restart. Was talking with our chief scorer, Lee Watson, earlier today with the Cars Tour, and they are placing an official whose specific job kind of down at the restart zone is to be able to watch these restarts and whether they can call a jump or not, a new procedure this year. But we did see one heck of a fight there from McKenzie, who did elect to take the outside line. We'll see if that's the case here. Again, you'd imagine that Walters is probably tempted to pick the inside, lining up in second right now. But McKenzie may try to soldier on and see if he can jump a position at the very least to get back down into second if he's able to go to the outside of the front row.
While we're into caution, let's talk about one of our biggest supporters across the Cars Tour. Again, back for another season in 2026, our friends at Z-Max. Now, race fans, if you want to go the distance, trust Z-Max engine and fuel formula. It restores power, boosts performance, and cleans your engine by dispersing harmful deposits. Visit zmax.com today, or find a Z-Max at a major retailer. Or, for those of you here at Southern National Motorsports Park, our friends at Z-Max are here today. They have a ton of premier products available for you to learn more about, purchase, or absorb more information about what is best not only for you, your car, your ATV, your race car, you name it, our friends at ZMAX have you covered, and we love when we are able to have them out at the track, especially on Saturday afternoons like this, when the weather is as cooperative as it's been. Maybe for us, maybe not so much for these drivers hailing down the front stretch a short while from now trying to settle this thing.
And again, there's going to be a lot of racing, not only here today at Southern National Motorsports Park with the Pro Late Models and Late Model Stocks, but this is kind of the kickoff to the Speed Week, if you will, here at SNMP. You think about tomorrow, they got some racing going on. Chargers, $2 grand to win. I remember reading about yesterday, and throughout Wednesday through Saturday, they're running late model stock car features, many of which will have and feature some competitors that are in this field here, both in the pros and in the late model stock cars. $5 grand to win each day to come on back day after day after day. That's one heck of a prize, and putting on a really good show here at Southern National Motorsports Park. So it's going to be a long week, but a very fun week here in Lucama. Looks like the lights are off on the HendrickCars.com pace car, and just as we predicted, Walters lining up second, also going to line up second on the inside, and McKenzie's going to try to brave the tough waters on the outside once again.
London McKenzie started racing when he was 8 years old in Bandoleros, moved up to Legend Cars and also raced micro sprints at Millbridge. He's been diversifying his motorsports talents through many different types of vectors and vehicles, and he's putting it on display here today, having a tremendous top 5 run. Also qualified 6th for his Cars Tour late model stock car debut in what is a healthy and stout field. This young man has certainly put himself up to the task. And as you mentioned, Blake, on the last attempt to restart this race, he gave it to that 62 car, came up a little bit short off the second corner. What can he do here?
We'll find out. Warren tires, 30 laps to go. No competition caution to worry about, just trying to race this out to the end. Let's see if that 95 can get as good of a restart as he got the last time.
Setzer Racing development teammates in row 2 with McKnight in a 20 on the outside of Walters. HendrickCars.com pace car head to the safety of pit road into the iRacing restart zone they come. That was McKnight that got sideways. Harvick clear to the lead in turn 1.
That's an incredible job of driving by the rest of the field. That could have been catastrophic right there on the outside line. Squeezed up against the wall. It was behind McKnight, who got a little bit free, shifting up from 3rd to 4th. Oh, and contact there on the front straightaway as McKenzie tried to get down. Max Reeves tried to poke his nose down there. Oh, man, and McKnight close quarters again off of turn number 2.
Trayton Lapsevich in a 67, starting to inch closer to the top 5 as things start to tighten up here. Now 2 rows deep, double wide for 3rd on back. McKenzie trapped up top in the 95. Reeves down low with Lapsevich and McKnight door-to-door behind him.
Some great racing going on here. Again, this is the battle for 3rd happening well behind your top 2 on the left-hand side of your screen. So Walters, we talked about Keelan Harvick's fire-off speed. Walters has reeled him in much quicker than he has the rest of the day as they are still duking it out for second. I mean, what a job here on the outside lane by McKenzie to hold off, or excuse me, Reeves to hold off McKenzie from the outside. That is difficult to do here. You can see trying to get back down, but Lapsevich is there trying to shut the door.
Oh, and now you got McKnight trying to shut the door on the 15 of James on the right side of your picture. With Carson Ware in the 51 waiting in the wings as well. Still double wide, 2 rows deep. Oh, Reeves tries to get in line, and somehow he does despite the contact.
He was able to save it. That's an aggressive move to try and get down there. And James going to try to keep McKnight, who has just had a horrible last couple of laps here, stuck on the outside, no way to get down. And is just trying to find some way to do it. We'll lose another spot, but then there's Carson Ware right behind him to try and not ease the bleeding. Meanwhile, back up front, it's still within a car length amongst your top 2 in Keelan Harvick and Mason Walters.
The gap about a quarter of a second separating these 2 as that 6 car of Walters definitely able to wrap the bottom of 3 and 4 a little bit better than Harvick last time through. Turns 1 and 2, they appear to be a bit even, but this side of the racetrack is where Walters' car seems to be a tick better.
Yeah, it seemed like center of the corner, at least early in this race, is where that 62 Mobil 1 Toyota was really strong. But like you mentioned, it being able to keep those left sides pinned right on the bottom, and both drivers doing such a good job right now. They have great handling race cars that allow them to do that. But you're exactly right. 3 and 4 looks to be where Walters is just a little bit stronger right now than that 62. They have a ton of space behind them because of how viciously they were battling for third. McKenzie's been able to pull away from that, but I mean, these two are in their own zip code. They're on their own half of the racetrack right now, so they really just get to settle it amongst those two.
Per James Pike trackside, they're trying to coach the driver of that 6 car a lot of time here to get this move done, and we're better here on the long run, trying to coach Walters into not being too aggressive too early. But at the same time, the laps are starting to click off quickly with 18 laps to go. And as we've seen, Blake, you may have to use the bumper here to get the job done, especially to get a car up off the bottom.
Yeah, you can see Walters trusted that. He got back in the throttle, got a little tight off of turn 2. And Pike's doing a really good job, I think, illustrating here when you say coaching. There's a lot more of that goes on in these pro late models, especially with these young drivers that are, for a lot of times, they've only had a year or two in full-bodied stock car experience. So there's a lot of communication. These spotters are a huge integral part of trying to teach these drivers the rights and wrongs and trying to get them up to speed. You see Walters that last time didn't get back in the gas nearly as early as he had to back out of it that last time off of turn 2. But you just want to stay there to apply enough pressure to Harvick to make him think that you have a move coming up at the end of this race.
And similarly, I think back to the season finale at North Wilkesboro over the Pro Late Models when the same driver in that 62, Keelan Harvick, was in a raging battle with Luke Baldwin, who at the time had the keys to the Rick Ware Racing number 51, and they touched, rubbed, bounced off each other several times at a track that often offers no forgiveness for contact at that speed and that pace. Harvick appears armed and ready for another duel should it come down to that, with Walters continuing to stalk the rear spoiler.
Great racing here. A lot of respect between these two teams. Rackley War and Setzer, they've been going back and forth in these races for the last couple of years. We know Setzer Racing and Development, they have a great track record in the pro late models for the ZMAX Cars Tour, all the way back to William Sawalich and so many of the young names that they've brought into their stable. They provide them really fast race cars, and right now Walters and Harvick, I mean, just running almost the exact same lap times, but coming to 11 to go, at some point lap traffic is going to be a factor. You can see just right up the road, there's some lap traffic that Harvick is already starting to see, and he's going to have to decide where he wants to go around Dusty Garrison, a couple other of these lap cars coming to 10 to go.
We talked a lot about the success and trajectory of Keelan Harvick as there is that traffic just in front of him. Mason Walters, who has gone 3 for 3 in top 10 efforts with this team in Cars Tour Pro Late Model competition, started off his career with a strong 4th, as now he may have Harvick getting trapped a little bit here by Garris, who didn't let him use the corner exit all the way off turn 4. Jeff Batten's going to get out of the way of the leaders, at least to the exit of turn 2. It cost Walters a little bit of time.
Have a little bit of a gap, maybe 2 or 3 more laps before they'll be on the next batch of traffic. But Walters with a run, he's going to take the dive into 1. They almost make contact, but Walters is there. And again, we mentioned how good that 6 car has been in turn 4, time and time again, starting to show the strength of that number 6 car off of turn 4 and into turn 1.
The Setzer Racing and Development team that helped Ben Mayer win a Drivers' Championship a year ago, even though they knocked on the door of victory lane but were unable to visit it as they had in many years past. Now looking for a chance to get Mason Walters into victory lane in the season opener, with Harvick being able to withstand the pressure. Taylor Hull just up the road in the 82.
Again, they are 4 seconds clear of London McKenzie in the 95, who runs in the 3rd position. So it is all right here for all the marbles. The first win of 2026 here in the pros. Oh, and you can see big moment there for Keelan Harvick. You can see his hands moving off of turn 4, and Walters able to take advantage of the lap car. He's there as they go down into turn 3.
Fender inside for Walters on Harvick. They touch in the middle of the corner. Harvick has to catch the car, and Mason Walters goes to the lead with 4 laps to go.
You can still see Harvick, hands full, trying to hold off Mason Walters right there. But what incredible driving, incredible racecraft there from Walters. Waited until the opportunity was there, took full advantage of it, and now looks to be driving away.
Walters now hoping this race stays clean and green as he has opened up about the biggest lead we've seen in this stretch run between the top two. More traffic ahead, though. That could be a factor. 2 to go for Walters as he comes to the line.
Best finish in the Cars Tour Pro Late Models for Mason Walters prior to today was 4th, as Harvick may be kind of just trying to limp that car home with a problem, but Walters going to come around this time to see the white flag.
1 lap to go for the driver who started this race on the outside of the front row. Methodically, patiently, and with a lot of coaching from the Setzer Racing and Development team, timed his move, and he's going to lead the final 4 laps. The Kevin Says Yes.com 100 goes to Mason Walters. How about that? Chronicling all of the conversation and dialogue being passed along to the young man out of Catawba, North Carolina. And in his 4th career Cars Tour Pro Late Model start, Mason Walters leads only the final 4 laps, going on to win by over a second, with Harvick second and London McKenzie with more racing left to go, your podium.
We'll hear from those 3, our top 3, as the Sunoco checkered flag going to ride here with Mason Walters around the Southern National Motorsports Park. Some great runs there. Max Reeves, Drayton Lapsevich with the top 5. Case James, Evan McKnight, Carson Ware, Cole Roby, and Jaden Johnson, your top 10. But you know, there was a lot of discussion, Eric, about what this race could be, and even some drivers that weren't competing in this race and what they thought this race would look like. But other than mechanical failures, didn't have any wrecks, and we saw an incredible battle between 2 very young, very talented drivers there at the end of that race. So hats off to Mason and hats off to Keelan. That was an incredible show.
This podium may be a peek at what stock car racing futures may look like, because these are 3 very talented up-and-coming drivers. In fact, you can stretch that out pretty much throughout the entire top 10 of this field. In fact, the whole field, if you will. But that battle for the lead between Mason Walters and Keelan Harvick. Mason, someone who committed a lot of his time last year to the South Atlantic Pro Series in 2025. 4 wins in 7 races. His worst finish across all 7 starts was 4th. His results carried over here to the Cars Tour. And as we said, it's only taken him just his 4th attempt to end up in Cookout Victory Lane, doing so on the season opening afternoon here at Southern National Motorsports Park with the Kevin Says Yes.com trophy waiting in the wings to be held by the young North Carolina native, getting another win for Setzer Racing and Development. Another driver helping propel that driver and team further on into the record books in Cars Tour competition. Mason climbing out of the car in Cookout Victory Lane to the approval of the crowd here at Southern National Motorsports Park in a spectacular drive and move to take the lead and win, and is a Cars Tour Pro Late Model winner here at Southern National. We'll go down to James Pike and Cookout Victory Lane.
Mason Walters, it was just full-on screaming on the radio when you crossed the start-finish line. So I have to believe, if that's the kind of reaction you had on the radio, that winning a Cars Tour race means a little bit to you.
Yeah, it means the world. Like, oh my God. Like, last year I was so close, and to get it finally, it just means so much. Like, I can't thank all these guys, all the guys at Setzer, Austin, Jordan, Clint, everybody, Sam at Unified Electrical Services for allowing me to do this race. Like, it takes so much to put these races on, and I just can't thank everybody enough.
You had to spend a lot of the second half of this race working over Keelan Harvick. A lot of chatter on the radio about figuring out how you wanted to do it. What was your strategy, and what went through your mind in setting up that pass?
Yeah, I knew we were catching lap cars, so I didn't want to try to pass them and then catch a lap car and then ruin all my momentum. So I kind of stayed behind him until the lap car held him up, and then it just allowed me to get under him. And then these guys just gave me a good enough car to drive away.
These guys have a pretty good track record in this series. Ben Mayer, William Sawalich, amongst the many that have piloted the 6 car for Setzer Racing and Development. How much have they helped you get to this point?
A ton. Like, they've helped me from, I was with these guys from my first ever test in a late model till now. They've taught me everything, and I can't thank them enough.
Mason Walters, Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, winner of the KevinSaysYes.com 100 for the Pro Late Models.
Thanks, Pike. And you can see what it means to this young man who, as we said, he has already accomplished so much in his young racing career. But to come out to a Cars Tour sanctioned event like this in front of a 25-car field that is made up of many champions, winners on a national level, representatives from short tracks all across America who have pretty illustrious racing resumes of their own, to get a checkered flag and end up in Cookout Victory Lane for a Cars Tour Pro Late Model or Late Model Stock race at any track we visit, you've accomplished something, and Mason Walters is fully aware of that.
And speaking of accomplishing something, it's not just Walters. All of our top 6, we'll hear from Keelan and London McKenzie here in just a short bit. But Max Reeves, Trayton Lapsevich, and Case James going to join our top 3 in being a part of the next Floatium race at Nashville Fairgrounds. So essentially all 6 of these drivers, whoever finishes the best out of those 6 when we go to Nashville Fairgrounds in about a month and a half, take home 10 grand. I'd say that's a pretty good prize to compete for as well.
And maybe a trophy to go with it if they can go on to win the race as well. One driver came up just a few laps shy of getting it done for the 5th time in his career. Our runner-up, Keelan Harvick, is with Pike.
Keelan Harvick ends up 2nd in the Pro Late Model feature here at Southern National. Keelan, did anything change on this car over the course of 100 laps? What was the difference maker in the end?
Yes, yeah, I just kind of over-adjusted on my own car with my brake bias, but I just can't think. The Mobil 1 Toyota Camry was really fast today, and just everybody at Rackley War, it wouldn't be possible without them.
Really quick machine, and a podium is not a bad start for a driver in a new partnership with Toyota Racing and Rackley War. He comes home 2nd, 3rd this evening. London McKenzie, who for as much as your 2025 was a bit of an adventure, to start off 2026 like this, what kind of feeling does that give you?
Man, it's insane. I can't describe it. Since I was a little boy growing up in Bandoleros, watching Cars, Lightning McQueen, number 95, right? I've been dreaming of racing the Cars Tour, stock cars, things like this, and to race with future champions of our sport, the greats of our sport currently, alongside them, not only in this Pro Late Model, but going to hop in the Late Model stock later. So that's going to be something special. It's going to make a man out of me, I guess, throughout the season. So huge thanks to KBR, Adam Welch, Kyle Beatty, my spotter, Brent. I guess Mark's going to be a little mad he didn't make it. He's at the Trans Am race. But, gives us momentum, points for the rest of the year. So this is exactly what we came to do, right? Just keep the car in one pace. Almost didn't make that happen going down into turn 1 with Mason, but huge congrats to him. Thanks to Keelan. He raced a great race. Going into Wake County, I'm super excited. All glory to God. I want to thank my sponsors, McKenzie Properties, True Cordia, and Lumber and Supply of North Carolina. I couldn't do it without them, and maybe I can give them another shout-out next week.
Blake and Eric, he makes a great point about the pipeline, racing in Bandoleros and Legends cars. This is the next step that the ownership of the series envisions, and London McKenzie taking a big step in this Pro Late Model race, 3rd today at Southern National.
Heck, next week, how about next race? He's got the opportunity to do just that in the late model stock car race, which, by the way, he's starting 6th in. So starting from a pretty good vantage point, but a lot of fun to catch up with all those 3.
I love the maturation of hearing, someone like Keelan Harvick say, I think I made the mistake. I was a little too aggressive on the brake bias. I own that. And then similarly, we butt up London McKenzie there, who is like, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm racing against future stars of sport. London may very well be one of them himself, and he has been proving that all afternoon long, and he's going to try to do it again with the Folsom Fence Supply at 125 on the horizon. Next up, the start of the Z-Max Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear, late model stock season.
There you see the field that is currently parked still on the inside of the infield in turns 3 and 4 before being turned loose for 125 laps in the Folsom Fence Supply 125 here at Southern National Motorsports Park. The 9th time the late model stock cars will take to the track here in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. But Eric, we were just talking underneath our commercial break about what a great race front to back that was. Unfortunately, a couple of mechanical gremlins biting a couple of drivers throughout the course of that race, but overall, just a little bit of contact, but a lot of clean racing that we saw up front. And it started with Max Reeves, who led us to the green flag.
Reeves winning the Mahle Pole Award by a relatively large margin, 10th and a half. And took command of the race lead relatively early. Keelan Harvick using the inside lane to get up to second over Connor Jones. And Mason Walters, who rolled off on the outside of the front row, but faded a little bit early, slotted into line as well. Harvick tried to get the lead early here on Reeves. A little bit of contact to the left rear to get Reeves up off the bottom. And it would be Harvick who would go on to lead the most laps in this race, with Jones and Walters still in tow.
Those top three and Harvick, and this is unfortunately what took Connor Jones out of contention in this race as they went down into 1 and 2. Off of turn 4, trying to split the lap traffic. Unfortunately, that was the end for a car that was capable of winning this race, no doubt.
And with about 4 laps to go, here is Mason Walters getting a fender to the inside of Keelan Harvick to take the lead away and never look back. Walters would go on to win his first career Cars Tour Pro Late Model race in his 4th career start, while Keelan Harvick wrestled the car to the finish behind him. London McKenzie rounded out your podium. And Setzer Racing and Development is back in victory lane again in 2026. As our Kevin Says Yes.com, an SRI drone shows you the field starting to assemble in formation on the main straightaway before we get set for 125 laps in the Folsom Fence Supply 125 to kick off the late model stock car portion of the Cars Tour season. Well, the field starts to line themselves up on the main straightaway. Lee Pulliam, Chad McCumbee, and 28 more cars are going to vie for their chance to step into Cookout Victory Lane. The start of the ZMAX Cars Tour season, presented by Sound Gear, coming up next.
Just a couple of cars starting to work their way onto the front stretch as all of the late model stock cars that are lined up to compete for you this evening getting set to go for 125 laps here from Southern National Motorsports Park. Blake McCandless, Eric Brennan, James Pike with you here on FloRacing with live flag-to-flag coverage. The ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear all season long. And looking at this field, Eric, I know we say it seems like every time we come into a Cars Tour race about the cars that are capable of going to Cookout Victory Lane, but even you look all throughout the top 10, there are so many reasons you can point to each individual car and so many storylines that we have heading into this race. I mean, I think it starts with up front. How about Lee Pulliam sitting on the pole? Just announced earlier this week he's going to be competing at Martinsville in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series in the number 9 for that entry. It's an incredible story for a guy who has earned his shot, deserves it, and I think it's even proven right now that he's been out of the seat for however many years and he can still get it done against the very best.
And I think one of the unique parallels when you think about Lee and some of the people who have drove for Lee, like Brendan Butterbean, Queen champion a couple years ago, now racing full-time in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. There was a point in Butterbean's career where he thought he had taken it as far as he can go, and he credited a lot of the sponsors and supporters that are with Lee today, like Best Repair Net and Folsom Fence Supply. Those are some of the partners that helped Butterbean get to where he was going and where he is now. But Lee had a similar crossroads where he wasn't sure how much further his racing side of his motorsports career was going to take him, despite the resume. Four NASCAR Advanced Auto Parts weekly titles, 2 Virginia Triple Crown titles, track championships at multiple facilities. And he decided it would be best for his family and the business to step out of the race car, despite how good he has proven to be time and time again. Well, he got the itch, he got the support, and he's gone back out and proven it despite not being in the car all that much the last few years. He ran 2 races last year, finished second in both, including the thriller at Martinsville to Landon Pendleton, where he led 44 laps and nearly won that race for a 3rd time. And he is starting on the pole. And his Cars Tour return for the first time since 2020. If there is any doubt about Lee's abilities to drive a race car, they should be shattered into a million pieces by now. See the Kevin Says Yes.com and SRI drone giving us the beautiful shot of 15 rows of late model stock cars, some of the best in the country, converging to see if they have what it takes to tackle this 4/10 of a mile racetrack that served as the original home for the Tour back in 2015. Came back as a season opener in 2023, did so again in 2024. Wasn't the original plan for 2026, but it has worked out beautifully, as Mother Nature has proven, and the sun continues to start to set over towards turns 1 and 2. And the packed house of fans will see the cars come to life for the first time in 2026 and begin their parade and pace laps before being unleashed in anger with a checkered flag and trophy on the line for the first time this season.
In the Folsom Fence Supply 125, by the way, they're a family-owned company based in Kernersville, North Carolina. They've been built on decades of real-world fence installation experience, not just distribution, focused on providing contractors and customers with dependable materials, practical solutions, and honest service. Known for balancing large-scale production capability with small business values, we believe in long-term relationships over short-term transactions. Reliability and consistency matter more than hype. We take pride in helping customers build projects that last, and our growth has always been driven by our service and reputation at Folsom Fence Supply. And they have one hot shoe behind the wheel of that #1 Folsom Fence Supply Chevrolet for Lee Pulliam. Starting on pole, gets 2 points in the championship standings. And we talk about veteran presence. How about row 1? Lee Pulliam, Chad McCumbee on the outside, just misses out on his 2nd Southern National pole.
Other side of the spectrum, Brandon Lopez, I don't think he has more than 10 late model stock starts. He's going to start 3rd alongside Cars Tour veteran Ronnie Bassett Jr. Chase Burrow, new ride, same results. Top 5 qualifying effort. And London McKenzie was ecstatic after a podium in the Pro Late Model. Can you imagine what it would be for him to win this race from 6th?
Carson Brown showed strong at the Icebreaker in Florence in an LPP car as well, with Jake Bowman taking up the 8th position. How about Aiden King? Huge speed that they have with Matt Piercy Racing. Ryan Millington with a new team. Taylor Satterfield Racing completed the top 10. Parker Eatman, Mason Bailey. Parker Eatman won Thanksgiving Classic here in 2024.
Connor Jones, Doug Barnes Jr. making up row 7. Donovan Strauss, sophomore season for him. The little team that could. Riley Gentry outside of row 8. Carson Lofton also in his sophomore campaign. Rookie of the year from last season. Back with Nelson Motorsports alongside a former pilot of that 22. Landon Huffman hoping for better results here than what he had in the Pro.
4-time track champion Jamie Cottle here at Southern National starts in 19th. Clay Jones in 20th. Trayton Lapsevich back with Chad Bryant Racing for a full-time effort. Tate Fogelman back and also running full-time here with the Tour. Chase Hell and Sam Butler make up 23rd and 24th.
And the rest of the field sees 2020 champ Jared Fryer. Watch that 14 car. It's going to be ripping up through the front. Brady Petty in his Cars Tour debut for the Virginia native. Mason Diaz, this is his home. In fact, look at those 3 cars all in the inside lane. Rows 13, 14, and 15. Caden Quaffle, our most recent winner. And Landon S. Huffman, runner-up the last 2 Cars Tour late model stock races. Shotgun on the field.
You couldn't have told me after North Wilkesboro with those 2 battling up front in the last lap pass that we saw, who would have imagined that the Cars Tour can just come back to bite you and bring you back to reality, that you're battling up front one race and the next race you're sharing the tail end of the field, as there is problems here for Mason Diaz in the number 41. You can see him frantically waving as he got brought down. They're doubling up right now, but Mason Diaz in that 41 car sitting on pit road at the moment.
While they continue to try to get that Hedgecock Racing Enterprises number 41 on the racetrack, 3 cars failed to qualify. Brandon Pierce, heartbreaker for the KP Speed organization, for the long-time and tenured Cars Tour veteran, Caden Balos and Brandon Dean, the number 99D, all unable to time their way into the field and did not have an owner's provisional to fall back on.
Seems I think that's a transponder issue for the 41, so he'll be allowed to line back up, I imagine, in his spot, although it looks like he may make up row 30 here as they double up and get the 1 to go from our good friend Brandon Willard, again back for his 12th season for the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Sound Gear. Well, folks, don't have to wait any longer. Racing is back in the ZMAX Cars Tour. Lee Pulliam and Chad McCumbee make up the front row as we'll lay out. We hope you sit back and enjoy this one as we check in with our Sound Gear sound check to start this one from Lucama. Big move in the back of the field as Riley Gentry was stuck on the top side 3 wide. Lee Pulliam able to escape with the lead. Chad McCumbee in tow. Lopez able to take advantage of the bottom, and Bassett able to get down quickly to stay in the 4th spot.
And the danger has been all day long of getting trapped up on the outside. That's where Jake Bowman in the black 71 finds himself now. You alluded this place is very similar to Bristol, Blake. That's why. Look at Bowman aggressively cut across the bow of London McKenzie to get down to the inside. Now it's Ryan Millington, first car, trapped to the top lane in the 40.
And again, they don't have the ability to choose on the initial start aside from the front row. Each ensuing restart, they'll have the ability to choose the inside or the outside line. As you can see, Millington trying to get down. That is Parker Eatman that is filling that gap. Again, we mentioned at the jump during the starting lineup that he's a former winner here at the Thanksgiving Classic, but they have brought a lot of speed here. And again, that's a Matt Piercy Racing entry, not Hedinger Racing, like he sported all throughout 2025. New team, new look for Parker Eatman, who plans to run every race aside from Anderson, where he'll have a Craftsman Truck Series conflict.
Here's London McKenzie making some noise to the inside of Chase Burrow, who was the 2nd car out for qualifying and stayed up in the top 5 all session long in that 5 car. Bassett almost into the back of Lopez for 3rd.
And Bassett able to get down. Again, a great qualifying effort that he had here. His best start prior to this race was 3rd. He starts up in the top 5. And again, a new crew chief for that 04, Ronnie Bassett Jr., a 2002 Pro Cup National Champion. Jason Sarvis calling the shots for Ronnie Bassett Jr., who's back for his 4th full-time campaign here in the Cars Tour. Currently runs 4th in that 04 car. And there you see a car, new look for Hedinger Racing. Again, they partnered with Ford in the NASCAR Rally Auto Parts Series, and they have brought Chase Burrow along for the ride here in the ZMAX Cars Tour 2026 campaign. And Chase Burrow, top 5 starting spot, but again, no rest for the wicked there on the high side as he's trying to find a way to get down to the bottom, and he just can't do it, seem to do it.
You mentioned some new faces in new places. That 88 car looks similar to what we've seen 1 year ago. However, that is, in fact, an in-house effort by Doug Barnes and team. That's a family-owned operation for Eric Doug, as Burrow wanted to get to the bottom and bounced off of Donovan Strauss as he went by.
And again, that's a new look, or really a return for Donovan Strauss, who ran with AK Performance for a full-time season at Florence 2 years ago, ran with Hedinger Racing full-time throughout the 2025 campaign, and is now settled back home at AK Performance. And I talked with him throughout the weekend, and he said, you know, I just feel comfortable here being able to come back to a team that's familiar. There was a lot of learning at Hettinger Racing that I had to do, that the entire team had to do since they were new to this level of competition. You could see the speed that Hettinger brought, but he said it feels like home to be back with AK Performance, and he is very aggressive early on, jumping up from 15th to 10th in the opening 10 laps.
And comparing and contrasting the pro late model race to this late model stock car race, one immediate thing that we are seeing that is different: separation or lack thereof. This field just doesn't seem like it can get away from each other, and that means the slightest slip or the slightest bobble could result in accordion-style contact with a pack running as close as they are right now.
And again, Lee Pulliam, with all he's accomplished in his late model stock car career, has not often competed in the Cars Tour. Again, this is just his 15th career start, second career pole. His last one was at Bristol, if you can imagine that. Bristol in a late model stock car, my goodness. Got to really be able to drive that. Hasn't led a lap prior to this race since Orange County in 2019. So it had been a little while since he had been at the lead of a Cars Tour field. But even 7 years removed from that, doesn't look like he's unfamiliar at all with being at the front of a race. Lopez, Bassett side by side. Bassett a little bit of a wiggle. It's hard to miss that 04 car, bright orange on the side of it. Easy to look at, easy to spot from the grandstands. And how about Brandon Lopez? We mentioned it. I don't want to say the shock of qualifying with how much speed they had last year in this car, but my goodness, have they really shown up with a late model stock car that is capable of contending and running up front in this series.
Lopez, who gets a nudge from Bassett there. You saw the bodywork crinkle up a little bit there on the left rear. Now the door's open. Lopez trying to shut it in one. Bassett's going to nudge his way to the inside here, and Lopez may be in trouble.
And he's in big trouble because, again, there's nowhere to go. Look at how stacked up they are on the bottom side right now. There's a little bit of a space right now where they're battling back around. I believe that's the 7 of Aiden King and Parker Eatman that are side by side. Bassett's able to make up the spot. Lopez has to give up that 5th position just to get back down in front of Lyndon McKenzie. Oh, gives him a little shot out of turn 4.
And just in front of them, here's Jake Bowman trying to get to the inside of Bassett and through. Lopez slams the door shut on McKenzie behind him in the 6. Hard to believe this is Lopez's 3rd career Cars Tour late model stock start for the driver who's second in points. Bassett loose on entry and opens the door back up for Lopez.
This is great stuff right here, although Lopez able to drive away from Bassett there, who wasn't able to put up much of a fight. And again, it's a lot of communication going on with these spotters about where a hole is if you can try to get down. But Parker Eatman, he knows that Bassett wants to get down. He's going to try to fill that spot. But a couple of early movers we've seen, and they're really all there right in that shot. Parker Eatman, Doug Barnes Jr., who's gotten up into the top 10. Strauss up 5 positions since the start of this race. And you talk about separation, you could finally see it up front with Pulliam and Chad McCumbee.
Left side of your picture, that battle for the lead. Right side, Carson Brown sliding in front of Lopez, who could not shut the door fast enough before Parker Eatman got there in the 4. Here comes Doug Barnes. Here comes the 98 of Strauss. Lopez doing everything he can to get down.
Barnes isn't going to allow it. Strauss right behind him isn't going to make it easy. And Chase Burrow knows exactly how this feels. He was up in the top 5 now. He's running in the 10th position. So just trying to find your footing here. You can't afford one mistake. It's almost like at a high side drafting track. You don't want to give up your right rear. It's the exact same here. You don't want to give up the bottom, and nobody wants to let anybody in line.
Lopez is going to catch a lucky break as he gets down in front of the 5 of Burrow, but look at the hands coming off 4. I don't know he's going to be able to keep that car on the bottom for long.
That's the thing. He's able to get back down, but you see he makes that mistake. He hit the apron a little bit, was a little unsettled trying to get off the corner, and everybody else, I mean, these guys, they smell blood in the water right now. And boy, a big stack up there behind the 5 of Chase Burrow as Bailey, gets a little bit of a shot there from Carson Lofton into 1 and 2.
Seeing a lot of body work start to crinkle up a little bit from nose to tail contact as Carson Lofton got Mason Bailey up off the bottom, 22 and 05. Lopez tries to get back down to the inside. We'll see if he can hold it off the corner. Lofton coming with a full head of steam.
And Lopez trying to hold off Lofton. Meanwhile, if you look at that 05 car, look how unique it is. The sponsorship is a fiction novel. It's a book and was looking it up on Amazon. I think I'm going to purchase it myself. It's a racing tale set in the 1950s. So really excited there. Firewall Deep, if you want to look it up on Amazon and add it to your list right now. Firewall Deep. It's a fiction novel and a really cool subject matter, I think. Set back the old school days of racing, is you get a quick glimpse of what's going on up front, and it is looking easy right now for Lee Pulliam, Chad McCumbee, a pair of drivers who haven't won in quite a while. Lee Pulliam, we mentioned his pole at Bristol Motor Speedway. He's won 3 times in the Cars Tour, once at the now defunct Myrtle Beach Speedway. He also took victories at Bristol and Orange County back in 2019. Chad McCumbee won some win at Hickory Motor Speedway that he had a number of years ago, but he has been close to knocking on the door so many times since then.
Report from Pike, who's been monitoring the radio for Lee Pulliam. His spotter telling him that Chad seems to be arcing the entry a little bit more to get a better run off the bottom of the racetrack. They said keep taking that bottom away from him. He almost gave it up on the approach to turn 1 2 laps ago, but Pulliam's able to protect the lead.
And when I was listening to Chad McCumbee's radio earlier today in practice, they took a big swing at it. They made a shock adjustment when they came in. They were already quick at that point, and Chad came over the radio and said, wow, that was a big gain, whatever you just did. And certainly since that adjustment has been made, that car has been on an entirely different level for him and is able to keep pace with what many in this field would call the GOAT in Lee Pulliam right now up front. Meanwhile, for Brandon Lopez, he is just having the worst time right now. Gentry going to look to the bottom, 3 wide, and gets into Aiden King, but he'll slide up the banking and save it as Gentry trying to join this train of cars that is trying to move on by the 6.
And Gentry appears to have a little bit of nose damage already, as now Lopez really fighting that car on the exit of the corner. Comes down in front of Sam Butler and the Ram Wrap number 16 for RNS race car, and the multi-time track champion Jamie Caudill in the 50 just behind.
Man, look at Caudill using that experience. And how about those 2 cars behind him, that 77 and the 88? They took provisionals to make this show, and yet here they are. They've worked their way through almost half of the field in not even 40 laps. That's just incredible for the 2 drivers that were at North Wilkesboro Speedway and duking it out at the end of the race to try and ride the elevator. It was shocking to see Quapple. Again, this is the 2nd consecutive year he had to use a provisional to qualify for the opening race. He did so at Coastal Plains Raceway last year. So a really tough qualifying effort, but seems to be okay as Jamie Caudill, the veteran, 56 years young, 4-time track champion here. You can see he's got a little crinkle in the left rear.
And that 77 car of Landon S. Huffman, that number, that's a family-owned team, but that number throws it back to his go-karting days where he had much success. And let's not forget about his crew chief, Carter Langley, former track champion at South Boston Speedway, a racer in his own right. The combined age of those two, 41. Youth behind the wheel, youth atop the pit box. But they know how to get the job done, and they have been very close since they started their working relationship. And he continues his charge as Caudill flirts with the wall off 4.
Got a good run off the corner, but in talking to Landon S. Huffman yesterday, he has played over that race. He said at least once a week, I go back on Flow and I watch the end of that North Wilkesboro race. And I said, is that torture? He said, it provides me motivation. He wants to be able to use it to go back and see what he was able to accomplish those last couple of races and the mistakes he can learn from to try to improve himself, as man Caudill has his hands full in that number 50 car after making quick progress. Now quickly working his way back, and he's in a Dodge sandwich right now. Again, how about the new bodies for 5-star bodies? They improved the Dodge nose for NASCAR competition earlier this week. You can see Jared Fryer in the 14 and the 16 of Sam Butler sported the new Dodge Charger nose that these drivers can compete with.
And Fryer was in that same group with Landon S. Huffman, Caden Quapple, and more that we talked about starting at the tail end of the field to keep your eyes on, as now Quapple looks to the inside of Landon S. Huffman. That battle is happening right at the 20th place. In fact, that will move Caden into 20th. And on the other side, one of the biggest losers so far today as far as position, Brandon Lopez started 3rd. He's in danger of falling out of the top 20 if a couple of cars get by him here. And there is the caution. That will be our competition caution 45 laps into this race. Contrary to what we saw with the pros after we had our first yellow at lap 13, 45 laps clean and green to start the 2026 season with Lee Pulliam out in front. Look at that sunset. You're in Eastern Carolina. Unbelievable effort by all involved. And thanks to Kevin Says Yes and SRI for the opportunity to give us this vantage point of our drone shot. As the field is being slowed for the first time in this race after Lee Pulliam and Chad McCumbee were virtually inseparable during the first run of that race. And Ronnie Bassett Jr. is going to withdraw his running position that he held in 14th spot to come to the pit lane.
So a couple of cars are in the pit lane. Again, you can see a couple of cars that are right here. Ronnie Bassett Jr., Jared Fryer taking some service as we welcome in Kip Childress, who wanted to say a couple of words here on the broadcast as we have a little bit of time here under our first competition caution. Kip, it's good to see you back up here. I know you're an announcer yourself, so you're quite comfortable up here.
Well, it's great to be here, and what a great place to start our season here at Southern National Motorsports Park. Mike Diaz, all the Mason Diaz is probably, the hardest working guy here at the racetrack before he gets in the seat of the race car. But, we had to battle with weather yesterday, had some drying to do this morning. So just, kudos to the effort that was put out by the racetrack and all these fans that have shown up. This
they packed it.
Wall-to-wall seats, all the trackside parking. Great to see all these folks out here.
Yeah, they have done a great job, especially with the trackside parking. There's not one spot I can see vacant out there with all the fans that have decided to wrap around and get a really great vantage point. Again, you get to look down into the Southern National.
Down into the bowl. Yeah, it's such a great vantage point too, right? If you're in the center, if you're in the apex of the turn, a great shot of being able to see the cars right underneath you, but the straightaways as they come to you and then go away from you too. Not a bad seat in this place.
No, it's not. But I know you're a busy man. We'll allow you to get back to all of your responsibilities that you have going on during and post race, and look forward to seeing you back up here.
Appreciate you guys. I can't wait to on the drive home be able to listen to the playback, and once again, just a huge shout out to the fans and to all the track folks for really working their tails off to get us on the racetrack today.
Certainly so.
Thank you.
Kip Childress joining us up here in the Alex Hayden Broadcast Center for just a couple of moments as it looks like aboard our KevinSaysYes.com and SRI Performance drone. We're going to choose this time. And again, interesting, we haven't had this up to this point yet in a late model stock car race. Chad McCumbee lining up second, going to elect to take the inside behind Lee Pulliam. Also a number of cars making their way off pit road from what I can see from my vantage point. Mason Bailey, Jace Hale, Sam Butler, Jared Fryer, Ronnie Bassett Jr., Tate Fogelman, and a couple of others that have kind of joined up at the tail end of the field area. There's a lot of drivers that apparently were not very happy with how their cars were handling.
Per Pike, a little bit of dialogue from the 16 camp from Chad McCumbee. Said, we're really fast, probably a little faster than I want to be. The report back for the box was, then run your race. Run the pace you think you need to. For the Cars Tour veteran kicking off his 10th career season with the Tour. Looking for career win number 2 after seemingly having one close to his grasp in 2024 when he started on the pole and led 8 laps. He'll restart on the inside of row 2.
EngineCars.com pace car pulls down. We're back to the restart zone, and green flag is back out here at Southern National. And trouble as Jake Bowman has trouble getting going. He was slow and off the pace out of turn number 2, and that car continues to crawl down the back straightaway, not at full power.
See if Bowman's able to get down to the pit lane. He still drifts wide in 3 and 4. Race stays green. Bowman will stay on the racetrack, running at about a snail's pace as the race continues on to 3.
And he's going to try to get back down to the bottom. He's on the apron now as the rest of the field comes around. He is able to get down on the apron before the field approaches, and you would hope there is an opening over there in turn 3 to the pit lane on the backstretch, so they are hoping that he can make it there. And how unfortunate for Jake. Was able to talk with him earlier today, and he talked about how much he loves working with this Van Dyke team, and the communication that he has with this group was something that was really special. They brought a lot of speed here today, was carrying a lot of confidence into this race, and showed very well. But I'm going to come to an unfortunate and early end for Jake Bolden.
Parker Eatman, former Thanksgiving Classic winner here at Southern National in the 4-car, having his hands full. Connor Jones drifts up the road in the 44. Landon Huffman trying to pounce with Carson Lofton in the Nelson Motorsports 22 waiting in the wigs, and Jones gets back down low.
Doug Barnes able to go by, and it looks like Strauss will concede that position to Doug Barnes Jr., a multi-time winner here at Southern National Motorsports Park in his own equipment. He won Speed Weeks here last year. He's the champion of that in this car. Again, he's not back with Lee Pulliam Performance. It's pretty much an identical-looking race car for Doug Barnes this year. Oh, man, Burrow cuts down right behind Lapsevich, gets tagged by Caden Quapple. And many a times you see at Southern National, they're able to use that banking to save the race car, and you see it right there from Burrow as he gets it tagged from Quapple, but is able to save it.
Now here comes Clay Jones in the 1 to the inside. Riley Gentry in the 09 just behind as well.
Again, got to have a long conversation with Riley Gentry yesterday, and he pretty much emphasized the fact that he's never seen a racetrack like this with this much banking. Was really embracing the underdog role. His trouble out of turn 2. It is Tate Fogelman.
Second caution of the race is going to come with about 73 laps to go. Fogelman in his 11th career Cars Tour late model stock start. Raced with us 4 times in 2025, including netting his first career top 10 in what was the first network televised event at North Wilkesboro Speedway. But his history here dates back to the early 2010s, where he ran several past super late model races and picked up several top 10s and a podium in 2024. He finds trouble here early in his first Cars Tour race of the season, but the car looks relatively clean. So second caution is out of the Folsom Fed Supply 125 at Southern National Motorsports Park. Lee Pulliam still the leader over Chad McCumbee and company. The restart upcoming from Southern National right after these messages.
Every weekend, it seems like we're at a racetrack somewhere. So we're living it, we're doing it. And I think it helps us relate whenever they call. If they need more grip or they need more turn, we do it all the time.
We can relate to what they're saying. We're not just there to sell them this or that.
We're representing not just us, we're representing our vendors, our customers, our employees. So it's important to let them know that you care.
We want to provide the best things so they can have the best experience at the racetrack. That's what we want with our race car too.
Unveiled at PRI, 5-Star introduced an all-new sprint car body engineered using advanced CFD aero analysis, validated through on-track testing using real-time airflow data.
There's no reason why anybody will want to run anything else than this 5-star sprint car body.
Designed to fit Maxim, XXX, Schnee Lawson, JR1, J&J, DRC, Spike, and more. 5-Star's all-new sprint car body. The new standard in sprint car technology.
Back with you here, a beautiful shot of Lucama, North Carolina, as the sun is just beginning to set here at Southern National Motorsports Park, and this track going through some pretty drastic swings as it was cold earlier today, warmed up throughout the day. It was about 65 degrees and sunny, and is now starting to cool back down. You can see some more jackets on pit roads. Back down to 60. When that sun goes down, it will definitely change the handling of this racetrack in a quite significant way. Again, plenty of drivers. Chase Hale back on the pit lane, Mason Bailey as well. Tate Fogelman, who was involved in that latest spin off of turn 2, is also down and doing some work on his car. Ryan Millington, car number 40, is down there as well. Ronnie Bassett Jr. Has had a problem as well. And what a tough stretch there for Ronnie Bassett Jr. Started up in the top 5 and had been running there pretty much the entirety of the race. And this is the second time they have pulled that car down.
couple of cars that had top 10 starting positions that have had some issues. See Brandon Lopez there in the 6th. We've documented his struggles. Started 3rd. Ronnie Bassett Jr., we just talked about, started in 4th spot and has fallen back a good bit. Jake Bowman, who had the issue on the last restart. That crew was pushing that car down the front stretch. Bowman is going to rejoin the race as we hit the choose this time by. Also, we had the 40 of Ryan Millington have a bit of a misstep. He was on the pit lane now. Qualifying is of the utmost importance, especially at some place like Southern National, but it seems as though a lot of those top qualifying cars had some issues.
I was just about to say, we talk about how important qualifying is and track position is everything. That's what you hear in the garage, but if you look at just who's running up front right now, look at the amount of big movers we've had, and it's early on in the race. We're not even halfway. Doug Barnes started 14th. He now runs in 5th. Donovan Strauss pretty much followed him. He went from 15th to 6th. Landon Huffman started 18th. He's worked up into the 8th position. So a lot of big movers in this field very, very early on so far. And again, we're not even halfway through the race yet.
And look at this. Lessons learned from the Pro Late Model race for London McKenzie, who's going to be the brave soul to jump up to the outside and challenge Lee Pulliam for the lead. We saw him try this several times in the Pro Late Model race, finished 3rd there. He's going to try his hand at Pulliam here as we get set to restart this race.
Pulliam will bring the field back to the green flag. HendrickCars.com pace car is down, back to the restart zone, and back underway here at Southern National Motorsports Park. And what another great restart from London McKenzie. I mean, you wouldn't think he's as young or inexperienced in full-bodied stock cars as he is, trying to battle the GOAT right now off of turn number 4.
Took all that energy he showed us in his podium interview and transposed it right into his ability to drive the race car. Now battling McCumbee for the 2nd spot. Here comes Carson Brown in the Lee Pulliam Performance 5. McCumbee was able to get the 2nd spot. McKenzie slotted down, and here comes Barnes trying to get Brown for 4th spot off 4.
Yeah, Brown rather did a great job on that restart, able to jump up a couple of positions. How about Donovan Strauss as well? Again, he and Barnes, they've pretty much been locked at the hip almost the entirety of this race. Barnes started 1 position in front of him, and they have followed each other lockstep. And honestly, that's exactly how you have to get it done here. You hope you get a car on the outside. You have 2 really good handling cars. You just don't allow that car back down. And Carson Brown feeling that right now with Landon Huffman, 57. His fortunes turning here in this late model stock car race. Unfortunately, after the engine grenaded in his previous attempt to the Pro Late Model just about an hour ago.
That's going to move Landon Huffman up to 6th after starting back in 18th. Here's Carson Lofton trying to get himself another spot after he started 17th on the grid. The trend of topsy-turvy continues as Brown slices in front of Connor Jones in the 44, who gives him a warning shot off turn 2.
And stays in that left rear quarter panel. Does Connor Jones off the corner. And again, we were just talking about Carson Brown. He jumped a ton of spots on the restart, but was not able to get down. And now how about Caden Quapple? Started shotgun on the field, P29 out of 30, and has worked his way up into the top 10. I know, again, we're coming into this race, coming into this season, thinking that Quapple, think of the success that Junior Motorsports has had. You could point to him as a championship favorite. Got his first win in this series at North Wilkesboro Speedway last year. Started shotgun in the field, but has driven completely through it at a track that Junior Motorsports has run very well at in the past. And in fact, somewhat of a new look team that's behind him. It's Travis Quapple that's crew chiefing and calling the shots for this number 88 team. Brian Schaefer, although on the property, will primarily focus on Wyatt Miller's development in these cars.
Landon S. Huffman in the 77 gets himself another one as he gets by Brown. Now it's Parker Eatman applying the pressure to the back bumper of the 5 car off the corner as Brown's slide has kicked him all the way outside of the top 10. He's fallen back to 13th spot. As we check in on a couple of other drivers like Jared Fryer in the 14, his climb up through the field, still impressive, but perhaps not as impressive, I would say, from a numerical perspective as what we've seen from, say, Quapple and Landon S. Huffman, but still, Fryer has gone up to 18th spot after starting back in 25th.
Well, you also have to think Fryer came down for adjustments 2 cautions ago, so he had driven up through a portion of the field, came down and said, I think we can make it a little bit better, and is now going back to work again for a driver that was part-time, looking to try and do full-time this year. If you recognize the name, you may have been watching Ram race for the seed, where he was one of the final contenders in that to try and win the Rams seat for Colleague Racing. Want to give a shout out to Minnie Tyrell, who I'm sure after climbing out at St. Pete, I'm sure is watching, and we look forward to seeing you back at the track, Minnie, for a couple of races throughout the 2026 season. And of course, Minnie's Mission, our favorite race of the year at Dominion. Can't wait to be back for that one.
Well, we check back in on the front runners. One car that had to come down the pit lane under green, Jace Hale, California native and West Coast Cars Tour Pro Late Model champion, had to pit under green, lost several laps as they did some work on the left front of that car, with Pulliam continuing to parade the field over McCumbee by a half second. Then it's McKenzie and Barnes, third and fourth. Donovan Strauss rounding out your top five.
Lap traffic, I was saying it wasn't a problem when we approached our first competition caution. By the way, no more competition cautions. Again, a new rule change if you're just joining us from the Pro Late Model race. It is also true in both divisions this year that after 45 consecutive green flag laps, we will have a competition caution, but only once per race. That's a new rule this year, so only one max per race. We've taken that already, so if we go green to the end, we'll see it through to the end of this race. As when I was looking in practice earlier today, in terms of race runs, Eric, it was Lee Pulliam, and it was this number 88 car that was driving straighter, especially off of turn 4, than I saw any other car doing. And Doug Barnes proving that right now, why he loves this place so much.
And as the sun sets here, you had alluded, Blake, to the fact that the temperature is about to shift in a pretty dramatic fashion. Well, during that Thanksgiving All-Star Classic that happened on Thanksgiving weekend here last November, who was 1 and 2 at the end of that race on a very frigid weekend? It was Doug Barnes Jr. and Lee Pulliam, your top two. This may be playing right into the hands of the 1 and 88 cars as they run first and fourth respectively.
See Connor Jones, again, he had that problem trying to get around Dusty Garris in the Pro Late Model race. Has recovered quite nicely to get up into 8th. Really solid run, I think, for Riley Gentry, too. Really embraced the underdog role. Was talking a lot about how it's his family race team, and they've been able to accomplish so much. As you can see, finally some traffic that Lee Pulliam has managed to reach. It's the 45 of Brady Penny that was just put behind your lead lap cars, making his late model stock car debut with the Cars Tour is that of Brady Penny. Goes a lap down and creates a little separation amongst your top two, about half a second.
There are more cars, including some cars that started up in the top 5, like Brandon Lopez in the 6, Ronnie Bassett Jr. in the 04, that Pulliam is about to catch. It'll be 50 to go next time by. And as you said, Blake, there is no guarantee that we will have a caution from this point forward. So if you want to stay on the lead lap, you may have to get a little bit aggressive as we check back in on the battle for third.
And starting to kind of morph into the battle for second with how they kind of continue to walk down. Chad McCumbee, again, Ronnie Bassett Jr., who was up in the top 5 in this race, started in 4th, falling outside of the lead lap. That is tough to see. You can even see the brake rotor starting to glow a little bit on the left front there of Ronnie Bassett Jr. 04. But Chad McCumbee has made up some time. It was quite a distance that was between 1 and 2. We just mentioned it was half a second. That has now shrunk as they approach another car that started up front but has since struggled since we dropped the green flag for 125.
McCumbee now starting to reel Pulliam in with McKenzie, Barnes, and Strauss, all pretty much in lockstep formation. As the top 5 starts to tighten things back up here a little bit on the back straightaway, and McCumbee is starting to apply the pressure.
Again, in terms of fall off, we started in the low 16s. We're now in the mid 17s or so, so just over a second or so that we have fallen off. You can see the lap times there on the top hand portion of your screen, and I think you can see the gap that Barnes and McKenzie made up, despite the fact that they're side by side and make a little bit of contact. We'll see this time by triggers. Well, you know, you go a little bit slower when you're making a little bit of contact. You can see it right there. Doug Barnes Jr. up into 3rd.
And Barnes is going to make that move, and McKenzie's going to be able to get down before Donovan Strauss has a go of it in what it would be a battle for 4th position. Air Doug up to 3rd. Here's Pulliam now around the outside of Brandon Lopez to try to put him a lap down, and McCumbie's got to follow him through on the top side.
And if you just look at our top 7 right now, the amount of drivers who either haven't visited Cookout Victory Lane or haven't done so in quite some time is a pretty significant list. You think Elite Pulliam hasn't won since 2019. Chad McCumbie, it's been a drought dating back to Hickory in 2022 when he last went to Victory Lane. Doug Barnes Jr., despite the fact that he participated in the first ever Cars Tour race that took place at this racetrack, has yet to visit Victory Lane. McKenzie, Strauss, Lofton in the same boat as that. So either long droughts or perhaps a first-time winner looking to go on tonight as Strauss takes advantage, gets a little bit of a pick there. Oh, trouble. Austin Samaro hard into the wall.
And I believe he caught the 15 of Hale as he came by, and that is the 15 car of Hale that has come to a stop just in front of us after he was on the pit lane and lost several laps under green. And Austin Samaro ends up getting turned around backwards to draw yellow number 3.
I was talking with Austin earlier today. He had his son Dawson with a ton of Hot Wheels on the pit wall. He was playing with them a little bit earlier after they were done with practice and prior to going to Tech. As you can see, Jace Hale sitting there right at the start-finish line is elected to stop that car as Austin Samaro is able to limp that race car back down into the pit area with several more competitors coming back down. We'll be right back from Southern National Motorsports Park. Right after this, you're watching on Flow. Welcome back as we are here at Southern National Motorsports Park. And it seems as though we have needed some time to inspect the racetrack in turn number 4 after the latest incident that puts us under a yellow, now a red flag condition. And it was a result of this incident you see right here involving Chase Hale and Austin Samaro going into turn 4.
So we'll see Samaro got some help, and Okay, I guess that's, what would you call that, racing karma there? The car that caught him and turned him around was the one that ended up getting stricken as it went by to the outside, and that's why Hale came to a stop. So looked as though Hale was going to be able to get away with it. What was Carson Hocevar saying to Cletus a couple weeks ago? If you got to cause the wreck but not be in the wreck?
I guess so.
That didn't really play out over there for what would be our third caution of the race. And as you said, because of that contact between the 15 and 99, just an inspection of potential fluid that may be down in turn 4. After Samaro and the number 15 of Jace Hale end up in trouble to slow this race for the third time.
Really compelling race we've seen up to this point. You can see the rest of the field stopped on the back straightaway with our KevinSaysYes.com and SRI Performance drone. A couple of cars, they are in the pit lane, but again, under these conditions, they are not working on the cars or haven't been given the thumbs up from race officials just yet. As just as soon as we say that, a couple of cars fire up and we'll start pacing around Southern National Motorsports Park yet again in a race that has been led 82 laps straight by Lee Pulliam so far in his return to Cars Tour Racing for the first time in nearly 6 years. And here he is right back where so many fans knew he would be. But we were talking under the break, Chad McCumbee and that 16 car, especially those last couple of laps before we had that caution flag, looking awfully strong at the moment.
And at the same time, McCumbee's team evidently is keeping their eyes on a couple of cars that have been floating their way to the front. Per Pike, who has been monitoring the 16 radio, they're keeping their eyes on both of the 88s. Now, the one of Doug Barnes Jr. is right there. They're not going to have to look too far to see that one. But the charge of North Wilkesboro finale winner Caden Quapple from 29th all the way up into the top 10. In fact, he scored, let's see here. At the time of that caution, he was 6th. Remarkable effort by Caden Quapple and company. He's still got more time to get further up through the field.
There's been a lot of impressive runs. London McKenzie, again, has been able to maintain up in the top 5. We'll see how he handles these cars that we have seen be able to make their way up through the field. Do they have enough tire? Do they have enough race car to continue to complete that? But Donovan Strauss, I think, been very, very impressive as well for AK Performance here. Kendall Sellers in that group, they brought 2 really fast race cars with both he and McKenzie right now up into the top 5. And AK Performance, we know they're quite famous around Florence, and a lot of folks will tell you this racetrack, as far as banking and all those things, doesn't translate well to Florence, but drivers that can race well at Florence seem to do very well here also.
It seems to be translating as they come to the choose this time. So 43 laps still to go. And here we go again. London McKenzie, he was running 4th at the time of this yellow. He is going to be the brave soldier to jump up to the outside with Donovan Strauss following suit. Doug Barnes Jr. was 3rd at the time of the yellow. He's the 3rd car to pick the bottom. He's going to be inside of row 3. Top 3 cars all electing the inside for this upcoming restart, with McKenzie trying to see if he could take everything he's learned from the pro race and this late model stock race and get around one of the best to ever do it for the race lead.
Lights are off on the HendrickCars.com pace car. I feel like for London McKenzie, he's done about as good of a job as you can, especially that last restart. Timed it perfect, stayed alongside. I don't know if you can do it better than that. It just don't know if there's enough out there to make it work, but we'll see if he can do it this time. He's got Donovan Strauss and Quapple trailing him on that outside line. Pulliam, McKenzie into the restart zone yet again to see the conclusion of this one, and McKenzie gets another great launch on the top side as they head down into 1 and 2. And can McCumbee perhaps make a move into 3? He's going to think about 3 wide, but backs out of it.
Boy, the top 2 really drove it down into turn 3 as now McCumbee gets right up to the back bumper of Pulliam to see if he can follow through on McKenzie, who continues to fight for the lead.
Quapple was able to get back down, so it was a good decision to go to that outside line. Unfortunately, Donovan Strauss has not had the same amount of luck. He'll lose a spot to the 22 of Lofton. The 57 of Landon Huffman looking to do the same as well, as McKenzie gave it a valiant effort, but is nestled back into the 3rd position. Doug Barnes Jr. trying to take that away from him.
Oh, Doug sailed it off into the corner, and they make contact with Quapple looking 3 wide on the front stretch.
Oh, McKenzie squeezed up top, and Quapple, best case scenario, is going to be able to get 2 for 1 out of that set of corners. Now Barnes still in the middle, 3 wide. Now it's Carson Lofton. McKenzie slams the door, and Barnes is going backwards.
And Barnes might be a little bit upset with how that unfolded. He gave us shots on the backside of McKenzie, as now Landon Huffman to the inside of Barnes. How about Riley Gentry up into the top 10, looking for a spot here on Barnes as they go to 3. That would be for 7th.
And again, for Barnes, he did all that work to get up into the top 3, and all undone by one unfortunate move and some unfortunate timing as he was put to the outside. He's trying to clean off his tires, get the handling back under him, and has not been able to get back down before he might fall out of the top 10 now. That's how quickly it can happen here at Southern National Motorsports Park.
And the same thing happened to Donovan Strauss, who just behind this battle has been fighting his car on the exit of the corner. Strauss was up in the top 10 for most of this race. He too has been drop kicked back to 12th as Barnes stops the bleeding behind Landon S. Huffman to settle in a 10th.
And how about the first time we've mentioned his name since having an issue initially at the start? There you see the 41, Mason Diaz, who has had to come back down for service on this car a time or two in this race. But yet here he is knocking on the door of a top 10 finish. Great recovery for that number 41, and Mason Diaz, who, as we've mentioned time and time again, has had a lot of responsibilities here at this racetrack over this weekend and will continue to do so throughout this week.
Diaz trying to drive his way up into this 3-car fight that continues on for 9th, 10th, and 11th. There's Diaz entering the picture in that 41 car. There was some speculation from the leaders about the 41 specifically and his ability to maybe save his equipment for a late race charge towards the end, something that Mason Diaz has been known for quite a while. As here comes Landon Huffman on McKenzie for 5th.
Oh, man, got a huge drive. If anything, just mistimed. It got such a run off of turn 4. He had to back out of it just before getting off the corner. As you can see, Huffman trying to be patient and trying to conserve his equipment. Again, point system here in the Cars Tour, season long, 14 races. You can't afford a bad race, and we can see how those mulligans, if you take them, how they add up. You want to be able to take some solid points runs out of here if you're McKenzie and if you're Huffman looking to do this on a full-time basis and chase that championship. Oh, and Gentry trying to look under, but there's the one. That is Clay Jones. Different look for Clay Jones than what we're accustomed to seeing, the white, blue, and orange paint scheme with a star on the side. That is Clay Jones, shown well and shown up here, and what an improvement and a recovery he's had in this race with 31 to go. Gentry moves McKenzie out of the way.
Now here comes Jones in the 1 car to the bottom side. Jones in his 8th career Cars Tour late model stock appearance, and it looks like maybe a problem developing for McKenzie. That car was bottoming it out big time in that top lane. On the outside of turns 1 and 2, a little more sparks starting to show there on the exit of 4 as he fights with the car. Battle for the lead, left side of your picture. McCumbee all over Pulliam. But McKenzie may be getting a soft left rear.
Got a little bit more than just a soft left rear. He got a boot out of the way. And what makes me think that Lee Pulliam is managing this race is we saw that gap again. We cut to that double shot because McCumbee made up a ton of ground, but you could see right there on the exit of the corner, Pulliam pulls away when he's comfortable to get back on it. And that's why I think that Pulliam is just managing here. You could see that gap. Basically pulled a 10th on him as soon as he wanted to. So the gap, it'll stretch, he'll back off a little bit, and then he'll bring Chad back into it and pulls away again. So I think Lee, don't want to say it's cat and mouse and he's just toying with McCumbee at this point, but I think he is so comfortable with his race car right now.
Well, should this race stay green, as it'll be 25 laps to go next time by. One thing that may upset the apple cart on this one, traffic. They are quickly catching the tail end of the field. In fact, on the same straightaway, as here's Clay Jones on the 1 car, down to the inside of Riley Gentry, and Doug Barnes Jr. trying to battle back and get some of the spots he lost in the tussle with London McKenzie. This would be a move that he could make here for 7th spot. Jones would be for 6th. Top 5 just a little bit further up the road from where they run now.
And Gentry gave up that spot easily. I thought maybe he had a problem, but I think he was just letting them go. Top 3, though, are nose to tail. There is Caden Quapple. I knew I was going to make that mistake at some point. Better to get it out of the way early. Who has driven up through the field. He's caught these top 2. Can he go from 29th up to 2nd as he is now all over the back bumper of the 16 of Chad McCumbee?
Here comes Quapple, and McCumbie's going to give him the lane. Veteran prowess there by Chad McCumbie, who sees the 88 car coming from 29th on the grid to second. And with Pulliam now in the midst of some of the lap cars, or the cars that are struggling, like Fogelman, who's off the pace right in front of the front three, some of these cars are going to be handling as bad as they have all day, and Pulliam's going to have to navigate his way through them.
And wouldn't you know it, that in the Thanksgiving Classic right here at this racetrack 1 year ago, it was that 88 car, but it was Pulliam behind the wheel that finished second, and perhaps Caden using some of those lessons learned by Lee Pulliam to make that junior motorsports car faster now is chasing him down in his own equipment with 20 laps to go.
If there's any question about the pace that Pulliam has been setting, it's about to be answered right now. That 88 car of Caden Quapple is there. Look at how good that car rolls in the center of the corner, and they're side by side in front of the leaders for some of the cars, battling for some of the spots at the tail end of the lead lap. In fact, there's contact in front of him, and Quapple has a big slide.
Quapple, I don't know if he slid or if he checked up for what he thought was going to happen. Huge lap traffic that's in front of Lee Pulliam, about 6 cars strong, and Quapple's going to try to take advantage to go to the bottom. Pulliam looking high. Quapple going to take advantage as McKenzie and King are fading right in front of him. Quapple overtakes Lee Pulliam. Pulliam into the back of the 88 off at turn 4.
This could be Pulliam's chance, slipping away from him here with now 17 to go. Again to the back bumper of Quapple. Unable to make a move just yet as King continues to ride on the lead lap in 24th in front of the leaders.
And it's going to get hairy here as Pulliam, very Butterbean-esque as he's leaning into the back of that 88. Shades of the battle that Butterbean and Josh Berry had here a number of years ago in the Thanksgiving Classic, as Pulliam trying to keep pace but cannot do it this time. And now he has his hands full with Chad McCumbie.
Top three are pretty much drove away from the rest of the field. Carson Lofton a second and a half behind. Here's Quapple with a fender to the inside of Aiden King. Doesn't have all the real estate on corner exit here, but that doesn't slow down Caden all that much. Pulliam knows he's got to keep pace with him if he can.
Yeah, and they were frantically waving, Brandon Willard was, that blue flag for Aiden King to move out of the way as he was battling those leaders the last couple of laps, but it looks like he has given way to your top three. Bowman has pulled up but is not running on the lead lap with those cars. Oh man, Quapple had to dodge Samaro, who went to the bottom to get out of the way. Unfortunately, that may slow up Pulliam a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like Samaro was trying to get out of the way of the leaders, but that move may have been a little bit late for what Caden was expecting. Now Ronnie Bassett Jr. washes up the racetrack to give clear direction for the leader to get by on the bottom side.
And for Caden Quapple, he's trying to make it a win streak again. Ended 2025 going to victory lane at North Wilkesboro Speedway. It'll be a full-time effort. Was tabbed to drive this Jerky Boys Chevrolet within the last couple of weeks. It was announced, and of course was termed as the favorite, had to overcome a ton of adversity in this race. And oh, trouble, London McKenzie at the top of turn 4 has brought it to a stop and will set us up for quite the finish here with 11 laps to go.
And the brilliant double debut for the young driver, London McKenzie. It's going to unravel a little bit here towards the tail end, and it looks as though that right rear did not make it the rest of the distance. It is down on the rim, and his inability to get to the bottom of the racetrack into the pit lane safely is what will draw caution number 4 with 12 laps to go.
I think if you're London McKenzie, though, you hold your head up high walking out of this racetrack here tonight. Such a great effort he had in the Pro Late Model race, and especially late in this race, being able to keep up with a lot of these drivers. This may have been a problem that continued accumulating in terms of the right rear tire that he was struggling with, but hats off to him. Showed great, and don't think it's the last we'll see of him up front in Cars Tour Racing.
So that caution gives us a chance to kind of reset the field. So Caden Quapple from 29th on the grid up to and around our pole sitter, Lee Pulliam, the race leader. Plus 28 on the field for Caden, who had to fall back on a provisional to make the field. Pulliam second, Chad McCumbee third, who's been in the top 3 all night long, Carson Lofton, who's charged from 17th to 4th, and Clay Jones, who is charged from 20th to the top 5. A lot of comers and goers throughout this field, and all of which are well represented amongst that top 5, and it continues to roll on from there. Doug Barnes Jr. started 14th, he's 6th. Landon Huffman started 18th, he's 7th. Landon S. Huffman started shotgun on the field, 30th, he's 8th. Mason Diaz rolled off 27th, he's 9th. And Donovan Strauss, who started 15th, is running 10th in what has been a crazy season opener here at Southern National so far.
You see Jake Bowman on the inside. Eric, I don't know if there's been a race since we've been covering this series that it feels like qualifying speed has translated less to race speed than what we've seen tonight. A ton of cars that missed it or just didn't have a very good qualifying effort seem to be set up very well for race trim. And that's just something, it doesn't seem like we get all that much anymore with this series, because these drivers, these teams, they've gotten so good with this platform as long as they've been working on it. They've found a way, whether it's through their setup, through the difference in tires we've had over the years, all of those things. It seems like it's so difficult to do, to drive from the back to the front of a Cars Tour race. And yet you look at your top 10, it's made up of both drivers that started back in row 15 at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, and as Pike down trackside has been monitoring some of the radio communication for Lee Pulliam in the 1 and Chad McCumbee in the 16, they pointed out a couple of cars as things went on, including the 41 of Mason Diaz, who's driven up into the top 10, the race leader, the 88 of Caden Quapple, Doug Barnes Jr., who was in the top 3 until he kind of got muscled aside and fell back a little bit. It's been pretty interesting to hear some of the spotters and crew chiefs who have been watching the stopwatch and also watching the on-track product and pinpoint who they think were going to be the threats and contenders at this point in the race, because, as you said, the ebb and flow of all this is not something we typically see every week. The style of racing and the close proximity to racing, that's something we see every week. The pluses and minuses across where drivers start and the way they run right now, wild.
Been awesome. Can't wait to see how the last 11 laps play out. Again, next up for the ZMAX Cars Tour, Wake County, month from today. Going to be a little bit of a time for us to debrief, take a breath after what's going to be an incredible finish, I'm sure, before venturing off to new territory for the Cars Tour, the Nashville Fairgrounds. I cannot wait to get out to Music City. That's going to be awesome. I know late model stock cars, they put on spectacular racing at that track. That's going to be a fun one. Can't wait for it.
And Wake County, we said this last year when that race got moved up to the early portion of the season, because it used to be a kind of a midsummer, end of summer type of event. I love the fact that we go to a quarter-mile bull ring as our second race of the season. Let's let a little bit of emotions kind of build up and bubble up and fester and last throughout the year. Oh, by the way, it's also going to be the final event of this round of the Floatium. So there's going to be 5 figures on the line for the top 6 drivers in this race going to a quarter-mile bull ring. You can't ask for anything better than that.
And that top 6 is gonna shuffle around a little bit with some of the takers we've seen on the top line. Carson Lofton was just recently named to FloRacing's top 20 under 20 list. He clocked in at number 18, Rookie of the Year, defending Rookie of the Year, I should say. And he is back here and now on the front row, just as he did a year ago at Coastal Plains, trying to get a top 5 finish starting from the rear of the field. Caden Quapple, Carson Lofton, young talent up at the front. 11 laps to settle the Folsom Fit Supply 125. And I think Pulliam knows he's got to give a little bit of contact there to the 88 to try to keep him attached. They go into turn 3. Quapple with the advantage. Pulliam leaning into him. Quapple able to drive away.
Thought perhaps Pulliam was going to try to get a little bit physical to see if he can get that 88 car up off the bottom, but it did not work. As now it is Quapple, the leader. Pulliam second. McCumbee trying to get back to third. Doug Barnes Jr. back up into the top 5. Looking for 4th on Carson Lofton.
I tell you what, if Doug Barnes Jr. did not get held up, I wonder if he would be close to or leading this field. He dropped all the way outside of the top 10 in just a handful of laps. He's back here up in the top 4. What an impressive effort from him to stay with it late in this race, and he may have a couple of spots that he can get in these final 9 laps.
Some of the dive bombs and attempts to protect the bottom are getting out of control, like Diaz, who gets spun off the bumper of Parker Eatman. Connor Jones goes around, and there is caution number 5.
We were just talking about how well Mason Diaz had charged through this field. Was the second to last car allowed in on time into this field. And late in the going, you see a stack up there on the bottom, nowhere that he could go as he was trying to slot his way in. And that is very unfortunate for somebody who stuck with it all race long.
One of the hometown heroes of Southern National gets turned around late in the going. 9 laps to go in the Folsom Fence Supply 125. And here is how it happened for Mason Diaz, who was running in and around the top 10 at the time that it happened. It looked as though just trying to protect the bottom lane. He was behind Mason Bailey in the 05 car, trying to protect that bottom side of the racetrack, and Parker Eatman was there pretty much lifting the back tires up off the ground.
Yeah, he made sure to stay off of Mason Bailey. Unfortunately, they did not stay off of Mason Diaz. We'll be right back for the conclusion. 9 to go for the Folsom Fence Supply 125 on FloRacing. Back with you here at Southern National Motorsports Park as Caden Quapple leads the field that for a race that has been dominated by Lee Pulliam up to this point. But there's still 9 laps left to settle. We have some new players up into the top 5. How about Doug Barnes Jr. finds his way back there? He has the opportunity to at least start on the second row, if not perhaps the front row if the opportunity presents itself. He'll choose 4th in line. Carson Lofton in 5th. And Landon Huffman was able to get a spot on Clay Jones there just before the caution flag was thrown to get 6th.
One of the most remarkable stats I think I have right now is of the entire top 10, only 2 drivers started in the top 10. And that's Lee Pulliam, who started on the pole, and Chad McCumbee, the outside front row starter, who runs 2nd and 3rd. Everybody else in the top 10 started, I believe it would actually be from Doug Barnes Jr. in 14th on back. Unbelievable how many drivers have charged their way up into contention here with 9 to go.
That's wild. That is something you need a screenshot or take a save of, folks, because that never happens in a car store
and
race.
It might not stay like that.
No, well, that's a good point as well. We still have 9 laps left to go here as we continue to ride under caution. Again, it was Mason Diaz who got tagged and spun in 1 and 2 to bring out our latest caution. He has since rejoined the field pacing. I believe just trying to get a couple of things with the lineup set before choosing. And there you go, Brandon Willard, 12th year waving the silks for the ZMAX Cars Tour. Will give the choose. Pulliam chooses the bottom, so does McCumbee. And how about Doug Barnes Jr. has a shot to try and pass his boss from last year.
And this may be all that Doug was hoping for, was a chance to get some track position or get up to a chance to fight for the lead. We have seen the strength of that car several times today. Does it have anything for its fellow 88 in the field? We're about to find out. And with as much experience and wins and trips to victory lane at Southern National as Doug Barnes Jr. has, he may be one of the few who could figure out how to make this outside lane work on a late race restart. And knowing Doug, he is certainly going to try all it takes.
There's one to go from Brandon Willard. It was a struggle in 2025 for Doug Barnes Jr. He ran full-time for Lee Pulliam Performance. He and Lee both had very high expectations on what that season was going to look like for one reason or another. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way, but what a redemption story it would be if he could find Cookout Victory Lane for the first time in his Cars Tour career right here at a place he has visited it a number of times at Southern National Motorsports Park. Wild 88s on the front here to restart us for the final 9 laps at Southern National Motorsports Park. Barnes by a nose at the line, and he may have to drive off of turn 2. He might do it. Going into 3, can he shut the door on Quapple? Not just yet, but what a restart for Doug Barnes Jr.
Now Quapple gave him a nudge. Does that mean it's on? Oh yeah! Barnes into the wall!
Barnes going to try to gather it back up. Pulliam now into second. Does Quapple have any damage now? Does Barnes have any damage? The toe must be knocked out on that thing with how hard he hit the wall.
He still somehow settles into third ahead of McCumbee, with Clay Jones still trying to toe the outside lane for all it's worth. Outside of Carson Lofton.
Those last couple of laps, though, we saw how Quapple drove away from Lee Pulliam. That is not the case right now. You can see a bunch of drivers being gouged out of the way. That's Clay Jones. He did elect to restart on the outside, trying to fend off and stay up into the top 5. They come around this time, 5 laps to go. Quapple leads them back to the stripe by about a car length or 2 over Lee Pulliam.
That 88 of Doug Barnes Jr. has got to be injured. There is so much damage to the right side of that race car. And he is going to try to hang on for all it's worth for a podium effort. Jared Fryer up to the inside of Clay Jones, trying to move up another spot, as he too has been a hard charger. Pulliam this time as they come to the line. So close on the stopwatch between the two of them. Pulliam just a tick quicker, but he needs more. 3.5 laps to go.
Before that last caution, Lee came over the radio and said, my rear tires, I don't have much left. They're completely shot, but does he have 3 more laps to try and make something here of this battle up front? As some cars are out of shape, they're going to enter 3 wide into turn 1. That's Donovan Strauss in the 98, trying to go by Bailey. Bailey gets tagged by Butler off at 2. They save it. Coming around, 2 to go. Carson Brown trying to get the spot back. Now Strauss gets a shot from the 5 car.
I don't know if they're going to make it. They've been trying to wreck for the last 2 laps. It's Brown to the inside of Strauss and company. This wad continues their fight, while off of turn number 4, Caden Quapple comes to the white flag.
Again, we have to finish under green for this race to be official. But Quapple now holding an advantage over Lee Pulliam by about 7 car lengths as they go into 3 and 4 for the final time. Back-to-back for Caden Quapple. He'll book in 2025 and win the first race of 2026 at Southern National. And somehow they made it all back to the line. I don't know how they did.
Quapple, the winner, from 29th on the grid, ahead of Lee Pulliam, who finishes second. Doug Barnes Jr., who just about knocked the wall down in the battle for the lead. He pulled up to and around Caden Quapple to assert his place as the 3rd place finisher in this race. McCumbee and Lofton, your top 5. Fryer, Clay Jones, Landon S. Huffman, Trayton Lapsevich into the top 10 late. What a race.
Just incredible. Mason Bailey able to hang on again. That's where all of that was happening. Sam Butler able to charge home to 12th. A great run for him. And so many. I mean, you look at this list. How many drivers are we talking about up at the front of the field? A London McKenzie, a Ronnie Bassett Jr., a Parker Eatman. So many strong runs here that are undone.
As we watch Caden Quapple celebrate, Doug Barnes Jr. climb from the car through his Hans straight into the cockpit. He is hot as to how that restart unfolded for him off of turn 4. Looked as though he had a bit of a launch coming off the corner, and he is heading to Cookout Victory Lane to meet Caden Quapple as he arrives. You see Doug talking to Caden, and the talking appears to be getting a little bit out of hand.
He wanted to send a message. Again, Lee pulled on to congratulate Caden on the win, and Doug, one gave him a thumbs up. The other one was not a thumbs up signal, and that is tough for Doug Barnes Jr. The year he had and how much speed he had. I mean, again, he had passed him on the outside out of turn 2, so you can feel that frustration there for Doug, who felt like he had a car that, for multiple reasons, got put 3 wide, sent outside of the top 10, and still had a shot. They had one heck of a piece here tonight. I'm sure we'll get his unfiltered thoughts here after we hear from our top 2.
Much cooler discussion between runner-up Lee Pulliam, who also came over to talk to Caden Quapala, who is getting set to climb from the car. Second time, a winner in the Z-Max Cars Tour, presented by Sound Gear and Cookout Victory Lane, celebrating top honors. James Pike is down in Cookout Victory Lane. Second straight win, albeit several months apart for Caden Quapala.
Caden, as crew comes in to celebrate. So let's start. First and foremost, the final restart with Doug Barnes. Close racing between the two of you. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I just didn't get a really good restart, and he kind of had a nose on me getting into 3, and I kind of got in there deep, hit the water, and just kind of slid up into his door, and I think our tires hit because it kind of just blocked me into him, and he held me really tight like he should. It was just kind of a racing deal, and I hit his wheel with my right front, I think, and it kind of just sucked us together. So I'm sorry to him, but this is really cool. We came from dead last, so I wasn't going to give that one away.
You said when we talked earlier today that you weren't necessarily sure whether or not qualifying first was going to be an advantage. Clearly it wasn't. But where did you find the speed in the car to put together a drive like that?
Really all our practice. I thought our race run speed was really good. We were a little too loose, so I thought. We tightened it up for qualifying and went a little too far, and I think we hit the track a little bit, and just really, really bad on my part. I kind of missed it on my end, and just set us really far back. But I knew from the beginning when we were just riding that we had a really good piece, and coming from the back like that is tough, especially at a place like this where you got to save tires. So I was trying to save tires, but also go forward, and it was really difficult. But towards the end of the run, I think we said way better stuff at the end, way more right rear tire than the rest, and we were able to pull away with it.
You compared this to Wilkesboro, a bit of a different run to the front. You had to chase somebody down in October. You had to go through the whole field here. When you look at the two ways in which you've won these last 2 races, what would you like that to say about your racecraft, your ability as a driver?
Yeah, I think it says a lot for sure. I mean, this is probably only my 10th or so late model stock race, and these things are a little bit different than I'm used to. And we'll now be 3 in a row in these cars. It's really cool to show that we can go to Florence, a flat track with no grip, to the high bank, no grip track, and Wilkesboro with all the grip. So it just shows a lot about this team. My dad, Brian Schaefer, the rest of the Junior Motorsports crew, they worked hard this weekend. I can't thank them enough for giving me this piece. Jerky Boys, beef jerky done right. It's on the car this year, so it's really cool to park them in Victory Lane the first race with them. Car Parts Net, LKM Mechanical, Rotor Rooter, Sundrop. You know, everyone else that came out, we had all the crew guys here Wednesday, Teston, Slim, Justin, and Ernie. They were all here helping out. So it obviously paid off, and I'm glad we could park it in Victory Lane, even though I sold it in qualifying.
He referenced it, won at North Wilkesboro to close out last season in the car store, won at Florence in November, and now 3 wins in a row and a win to kick off the 2026 season. Caden Quapala and Junior Motorsports win the Folsom Fence Supply 125.
Yeah, and how about next to that trophy? He's got some Josh Prosecco and Josh Sellers official sparkling wine of Victory Lane celebrations. It's going to get a little bit wild down there for Caden Quapala kicking off the season like that. You see debriefing with his father, Travis, former Truck Series champ in 2003. Certainly a celebratory effort for the Junior Motorsports team, but definitely breaking down how those final few laps unfolded before the team shifts back to being able to celebrate this hard-fought win. Blake, I don't have the official stat in front of me, but you and I were talking back and forth. That may be the furthest back anyone has ever come to win a Cars Tour late model stock race from 29th.
Yeah, you think about the fact that most tracks and even some tracks we don't even take 28 cars into the field, and for that to work out, I mean, it's quite a testament. Again, they knew they had really good speed. Talking to Caden throughout the week, they felt really confident in this car, and if anything, when they were testing here, they were looking at the car that ended up finishing second to them about comparing and and where they thought they were versus where that one car was, and they were just pretty much nose to tail all week, and it's pretty much how it played out here.
Yeah, one started up towards the front of the pack. The other one started hang out back, and they converge for the final few laps in battling for the lead and win. As we check in with our runner-up and what has been a trend for this driver in his return to the cockpit, Lee Pulliam with Pike.
Lee Pulliam, runner-up tonight at Southern National. Lee, you spoke of the hunger when you won the Heatwave Pole Award. After a run like this, how much hungrier are you to find a way to victory lane?
Man, I keep being the bridesmaid, you know, but congratulations to Caden. He did a heck of a job, man. And he messaged me the other night on Instagram, and he was like, dude, I hope it comes down to the end, me and you trading bumpers. And I gave him everything I could. I even busted that left rear quarter panel, but if I couldn't win and LPP car can't win, I'm glad it was a Junior Motorsports car. So just so excited about the future. And I'm going to get the victory lane. It just, I had to use too much tires at the beginning of the race to stay in front of the 16, and it just paid off for him at the end. So I gave it everything I had. I was playing with the brake pedal. I was trying to make any kind of magic I could behind the wheel, and he just had a little better rubber than me at the end. But such a good kid with a bright future, and proud of him.
He's got a few more late model opportunities to knock out before the start in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at Martinsville, coming up at the end of next month to run at South Boston as well. We will work our way from Lee Pulliam over to our third place finisher, racing in his own car, which has seen a lot of success here at Southern National Motorsports Park. And we find Doug Barnes, P3. Doug, I know you came over to victory lane, spoke with Caden. What is your perspective on the incident coming out of turn 4 with a handful of laps to go?
There's no perspective. He ran me square in the fence. Like, I got a monster run out of 2, gave him a lane, that way he wouldn't ship me, and he just stood in the gas in the center of 3 and 4 and ran me square in the fence. Knocked the toe out a half inch. Like, maybe, I don't know, man. Like, it's just so frustrating. Like, you think you would take somebody in equipment like that, in a team like that, and you think they race with more respect, and, you know, I guess I was wrong. Like, I'm beyond pissed off, man. Like, because I didn't have a winning car. It wasn't a situation in which I would have wrecked that car, because at one point I got up to 3rd, and 5 laps later I was like 10th. So we got back up into the top 5, and I was happy. I wasn't content, but I wouldn't have wrecked them. But, hey, what goes around comes around.
Doug Barnes ends up 3rd this evening at Southern National. And as we wrap up things here from Southern National, it wouldn't be the beginning of a Cars Tour season without a few talking points, and this race certainly has a few. There'll be a lot of discussion about the finish of this race, but there also should be a lot of discussion about the battle that Mason Walters and Keelan Harvick put on at the end of the Pro Late Model race. To be the man, you have to beat the man, and that's exactly what Mason Walters did. Keelan Harvick was riding a 3-race win streak, counting back to the end of last year, coming into this race at Southern National in the pros. Mason Walters put Setzer Racing in development in victory lane once again. And then this late model race, a lot of people up at the front trying to manage their equipment, but in the end, it was the driver that came from almost worst to first, and Caden Quapple ends up victorious to start off 2026 in the ZMAX Cars Tour presented by Soundgear.
Thanks, Pike. You know what I love? We're going from here to a quarter-mile bull ring, and people are already mad at each other. I love the Cars Tour. And, hey, if you tuned in late, you didn't get to see how the race unfolded for the Folsom Fence Supply 125, we got you covered. When we started the race, the sun was setting, and it was Lee Pulliam on the pole with Chad McCumbee alongside. Those two would be a fixture in the top 3 all night long.
I was about to say, take a snapshot of the top 10 right there, because the top 10 that started this race looked nothing like, or pretty much nothing like what we saw earlier in the race. You could see I think that's the move, honestly, that put Caden in a position to win that race, was that 3-wide move, because it was hard enough to try and get those spots 1 through 2, but to be able to make that 3-wide move, he got it to stick, and that vaulted him in a really good position to go chase down Chad in the one of Lee Pulliam.
And here was the move for the lead as Pulliam got pinned behind the laboring car of London McKenzie in the 95, and that would allow Caden Quapple to take over that spot. Late in the race, with just about 12 laps to go, Mason Diaz goes for a slide along with Connor Jones, battling for a spot around the top 10. That would slow the field and bring up the ensuing restart, where Doug Barnes Jr. was the brave soul that elected a top lane, and as he said in his interview, he had a monster run off the second corner, looked as though the lead was in hand. Here's the contact coming off turn 4 with a hard shot to the outside retaining wall for Barnes.
And honestly, I think after seeing a replay of that, I think we got to give credit to him even bringing home. That car was that good that he could take that damage and still finish third with it, because you know that car wasn't up to where it was. Some words were had in Cookout Victory Lane, but at the end of it all, Caden Quapple, $10,000 richer to take home that prize. But all of our top 6 have the opportunity to compete for $10,000 next time out. As a part of our Floatium race. And, well, there you see it, lead right into it.
So, because of the cancellation of Coastal Plains, we condensed this round of the Floatium to just 2 races with 6 drivers. So, when we go to Wake County on March 28th, as Blake mentioned, 6 drivers will have red Floatium window banners you'll be able to watch from home or at the track. And there will be 5 figures of cash on the line for one of them. For the pros, they got to wait till Nashville because they're not coming to Wake County. And you can see that whole schedule as it rolls on through the Cars Tour slate. When we get to the second half of the year, we're pretty much tied together with our Floatium events. And it's just another subplot to all that these drivers and teams are racing for, along with respective wins and championships.
I was about to say, throw an additional 10 grand on some of these folks that we have battling here. Can't imagine what's going to happen when we get to Wake County. You know, by the way, guess who got a shot in that race and had a chance to win it last year? Doug Barnes Jr.
I'd wreck a lot of people at Wake County to win 10 grand. I mean anybody to win 10 grand. We're probably going to see it when we get there on March 28th. I love that that's the second race of the season. Makes all the sense in the world. Hey, thanks to everyone who came out to the Speedway and watched along. Thanks to the hardworking folks here at Southern National Motorsports Park. It feels like home to come here and start off a Cars Tour season. Thanks to our Flow team, who was handicapped by the weather yesterday. Really had to bust their backsides to get us up and running today. Thanks to Pike down on pit lane. Thanks to you, brother. Happy to be back.
Yeah.
Happy 2026.
Great to be on Flow Racing and Flow Racing 24/7. Flow Racing Live 24/7. We appreciate you coming out, and I cannot wait. Man, it's a month, a whole month. We got through 4 months of an off season. Now we have 1 month until Wake County. It's going to be a long wait, but I can't wait to get back.
So a lot that happened throughout the day. Congratulations to all of our top honor recipients, including Mason Walters, who won the Pro Late Model portion of our program, as well as Caden Quapple, who won the Folsom Fence Supply 125. On behalf of our entire hard-working and dedicated production team at Flow Racing, the staff here at Southern National Motorsports Park, our Cars Tour officials and employees, and of course you, the race fans. Thanks for joining us here at Southern National Motorsports Park. For James Pike, Blake McCandless, I'm Eric Brennan. So long from Southern National, and we'll catch you March 28th from the Bull Ring at Wake County. Good night, everybody.